call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states.
Seven o'clock, St. Louis, Missouri. Timothy, Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And the program is called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, on the surface, you would think, well, the dossier is probably going to be pretty light. Mm-hmm. But that's where you would be mistaken.
That's where I'm wrong. Okay, sorry.
Jackson, why don't you tell Doug what's up on the Stiefel dossier?
We'll have Jamie Rivers talking Blues hockey at 10:15. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And then analysis and insight throughout the program.
Analysis and insight.
Doug just picked up a read.
So Tim was way off.
Right. Thank you. See you, Martin.
Good job, Jackson. Analysis and insight. When will we get to that?
That's the thing, is it will be peppered throughout the entire program.
Okay.
You know, so you'll never have to turn the dial, because at some point in the next 2 to 3 minutes, a piece of analysis or some insight is coming your direction.
What do you suggest we analyze?
The comings and goings and goings and comings.
Okay, that's good.
Martin's starting to become more skeptical of this Stiefel dossier.
Would you guys want me to plan the dance number or something?
No.
I don't think Marsh or Tanner gives this kind of attitude.
They probably don't get pressed right from off the rip.
What's your Mount Rushmore, Mount Rushmore?
Huh?
Right.
Think about that. You can call in with your Mount Rushmores at 314-974-010 on Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. Michelob Ultra sponsors the YouTube chat. And I go in there, Doug. Boy, it's always 77. Wonder what that's about. Do you think it's the same 77 people anytime I open up that thing?
Could be.
Right when we start the show. And a gentleman who goes by the name of St. Charles says, hey, guys, hope your week is off to a great start. Thank you. Thank you for everything you all do for us darn listeners.
Oh.
Have an awesome week. Take care of yourself and each other. That's from St. Charles.
Okay, St. Chuck. I see the first text we received was simply, Pat is never getting married.
I think that would be producer Pat on the ESPN morning show.
Is that what it is?
Wow,
I'm
that is
guessing.
impressive. You could have given me 100 guesses, and I would not have arrived there.
Producer Pat comes on at about, 6:50 and has his beefs.
You guys missed a real hard-hitting discussion on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches before you came in.
Huh.
That
In
actually
the
Pick up on
studio?
that?
On the, whatever that producer
ESPN
Pat
show.
vehicle is.
Oh,
Got it.
Well, we were probably going to talk PBJ, so I don't want to mock it too closely.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day to me is the lead, although the Billikens had a rough second half last night, Martin. And I really liked St. Louis University getting 7.5, and I'm glad I didn't fire the bullet. Jackson, will you be pleased with this bullet that I fired? Texas A&M money line last night.
Wow.
It's the only bet I made.
Live or before the game?
Before the game, like at 4 o'clock.
Because if you had done it like right when Janiah Broom left the game.
Doug Janiah Broom.
Well, I mean, it's like the Naismith Player of the Year.
Well, I'm keeping Doug up to date.
Yeah, well, I figured Doug knew. He's a ball knower. At least claims to be.
No.
Went to the state championship back-to-back years.
I know. Probably
Lost
pure,
both times.
A pure 15-footer.
Wet. It was a wet jumper.
Yeah, wet ball. If you had done it then, but good on you. Tip of the cap. Because
They
that's,
paid +1. I was about to take them +4.5, and I'm like, I think they're just going to win.
yeah, following up a Vandy home
I try to
loss.
psychoanalyze college basketball teams just like I do with college football teams as far as motivation goes.
Yeah, Auburn is.
And they're kind of in a
cruising.
mode, and Texas A&M's been falling off, but I think they're a really good team. Home game, 8 o'clock start. It just checked all the boxes for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners.
Retiring Wade Taylor's jersey.
Buzz's vest.
Buzz's vest. Buzz's vest. And then Buzz, like Dennis Gates, said, don't rush the floor. Don't rush the floor, boys.
Yeah.
Don't rush the floor.
Looking like an 1800s bartender when he's telling the people.
The saloon is
Yeah,
closed.
handlebar mustache.
But he did.
Don't you like a gentleman in a handlebar
I
mustache?
do. Doc Holliday especially.
Did he ever grab the mic, or was it all
No.
just with his hands?
Hand gestures.
And that was enough. And then Tom Hart said, well, one lonely guy's at half court. They really did. Listen, that's the new thing. The coaches have taken control. I guess it's the dollar
fine.
amount.
Oh, yeah, substantial fines. $250 for the first time, $500 for the second time.
And I guarantee they didn't care before because the schools would just pay it. And now because of the NIL, I think Gates was dead on. Like, hey, we need every dime we can get.
There's something to be said for that. But, Martin, yesterday, I know you met with Chaim Bloom for the onboarding process that continues into the 5th month. But Chairman Kurt was handling sound story responsibilities. He wasn't here. You had your onboarding, so it was me, Doug, and Jackson for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day online at designairservice.com. And, Doug, did I see snow on my way in today?
I saw a little flurry or two. Yeah.
The hell's going on
nasty.
out there? Yeah, it's cold, it's rainy / snowy. No precipitation in the St. Louis metropolitan area is accumulating, but it's coming down. If you have any issues with your HVAC system, I'd go to designairservice.com and work with that Seth Goldcamp, who Martin works with, who Doug works with, who I work with, and who is the longest running sponsor on TMA. Designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Sponsors the email of the day. Buck Swope, the Michael Jordan of the email of the day?
Is he really?
I think so.
Okay.
Wearing the 2-3, not the 4-5. Yesterday, Doug Martin said, I thought Buck Swope had a great email right there at the end, but I'm going to go with the JV golf coach. Jackson then, I don't know where this came from. Who'd you vote for?
Don't think, just stink.
Oh.
He had the best email, in my opinion.
Oh.
In my opinion.
Which then threw me off because there was no tiebreaker. There's not a soul in this building who could come in and vote to break the tie. But the best email was, and this is objectively because I run an algorithm, the best email was Buck Swope's. However, I was in a spot where I had to pick one of the two. And, Martin, I was awarding $20 of my own sweet, sweet cash. And so I'm like, well, if I have to choose between the JV golf coach and Don't Think, Just Stink, I got to go with the JV golf coach. But the best email was Buck Swope. And then right at 11 o'clock, I get a text from Buck Swope, Doug.
No.
And it just says the following: trash.
He's angry with us.
Angry as a hornet. And I said, I am protesting on your behalf. Just like
One of the Kennedys.
So you could not have grabbed Courtney or Riz and just said, I know this is a little out of line.
I would have liked to. I would have liked to. And then he said, you were the tiebreaker. Even JV golf coach thinks I was robbed. I said, I support your case for me having 2 votes.
Oh. What in the... That's a major eliminating.
I thought Doug was going with you and the victory was yours. Well, in the past, when it's a tie and there are no more votes, your vote has carried the win. Said this will be addressed immediately tomorrow morning on the show. And he says, I feel like I was literally robbed of $20. So, Martin, we have an emergency board meeting here on this program over this. I discussed it with Jackson. Jackson said, I think he used profanity, and I explained it to my kids later on in the day. But then he said something along the lines, F this, F that, I'll send him $20 myself.
Yeah, and I somehow will take the blame for this. I just know. Doug's the one who said Buck Swope sent the best email, but then voted for JV Golf.
I didn't say it was the best. I think I said it was a good one.
Thought you said right at the end he got it. But then you voted JV golf coach. Just a total breaking ball.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I started to vote for Buck, and then I thought, I really like the JV golf coach.
Which is fine. We needed is a tiebreaker or like maybe we should implement some sort of system for if that is to happen.
Yes.
Because Martin has onboarding.
We give ourselves about another minute before we have to get off the show. And if it's
now
a
you're
tie,
going in a T-Ditties show.
if it's a tie, we all write down our winner, we put it in a hat, and we blindly pull out the winner of the name out of a hat.
Yeah, that's not
Don't
bad.
you think it's just a lot
tie.
simpler for me to have 2 votes?
Okay, that's fine too.
It'll make it quicker. So I'll take that.
All right, there.
Maybe Buck Swope should have other things in his life that matter.
No!
I don't
Michael
know.
Jordan, the Sergeant at Arms of this program, the show historian.
Yeah,
I would drop out of that if I were you, Jackson.
I mean, I'm new here, and he seems like a nice fella. I think I had lunch with him once. I love
Did you
Bucks.
really?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I think I was interviewed.
Oh,
I think
for Swope's Picks?
I believe I was on Swope's. Was that season 4 of Swope's Picks?
I don't know what
Doug?
season.
I'm a big Swope's Picks fan. Major recommendation for that podcast.
I enjoy Buck Swope, but I'm saying you can't win every day,
No,
right?
you can't.
just can't win every day.
This is all Martin's fault. Be a man and stay for a whole show. Do you feel like the fact that you leave at 10 is a reflection of your
I
masculinity?
mean, I'm here till 2 with the onboarding, so it's not a time commitment. It's unbelievable. A lot of corporate paperwork. Coach Kiowski sometimes will come in and do a pop quiz.
Is that right?
Yeah. He said, Ginny sent this over from corporate. Got to answer some questions.
Guys, why not just have a tie like soccer and split the win? That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Bunch of 0-0 ties.
Oh, $10 each. So all
And I think this Just Don't Press Push makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Buck, hey, you got a shot on goal, but you didn't score. Hey, how'd they do tonight? Nobody scored. How many shots on goal?
Manute Ball eligible is calling for an investigation. Swopegate needs to be investigated. So, Doug, we will be deposed.
What's the discovery going to look like?
It's just our
a
opinion.
piece of audio that
I'm
everyone
happy
has.
to sit down and answer every question posed to me.
Is it noteworthy that Buck Swope doesn't text the show? He just saves all his material.
He texts my phone.
He texts you.
He has the direct pipeline,
He
like
texts
producer
you
Joe in his landing strip.
I think he takes notes during the show because most of his emails kind of recap what happened on the show.
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't miss a beat or a word, it appears.
Stag says, I thought Tim's vote counted as 2. Doug, this is great. There is a little authoritarian regime going on, and I am all for it. Swope was robbed yesterday, Tim, as penance for not doing your job. You must have my wife. Thanks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Balls.
God. Can we get over this? It was an email. That's all it was. Let's get over it.
I'm with Doug.
It took the last, minute and a half of the show? That was it.
Boy, you're undercutting Seth Goldcamp's longtime sponsorship, and I want to make it clear on the record that I disagree with Doug and Jackson's stance. And I do support the listeners who say I should have 2 votes.
Yeah, I figured you would.
Thank you. Saucy Jack blames it on Chairman Kurt. Chairman Kurt gets hit. Nobody is safe on the program. That's
true.
Everybody will get hit by the shrapnel. Maybe the tie-breaking vote should go to Billiken head coach Josh Schertz, since he is a head coach, and I think he'd probably enjoy a text this morning from us after getting outscored 47-26 to have him listen to the email the day yesterday and cast a vote.
Yeah. And I would like some clarification late in that 9/10 o'clock hour when Quamaine Vayukas was complaining about the Larry Connors vehicle.
Yeah, he's not happy with you.
Not happy with me. And my point was, I'm rooting for the Billikens. I would love to see them win in Dayton. But when he was complaining about the content, said, let's stop having Martin book guests, I said, would you rather we talk about how SLU never wins in Dayton?
Oh,
and then the Baldwin Beer Bitch said, shut up, we're going to win. And then, oh, eat it tonight. And I'm like, I hope they win. My point was, would you rather us talk about what's a really negative Billiken narrative is they don't win in Dayton, 2014 last time, or have Larry Coach Connors on? I'm sorry. I think I would go with the surprise guest. But we can talk all Billikens all day today, how they can't win in Dayton. It's frustrating.
I mean, it was
maddening.
A skull pounding for the Billikens in the first half. They had a 13-point lead at the half, 15-point lead at one point. And then later in the second half, after Dayton had mounted their Sunday charge, the Billikens, to their credit, bounced back and took a 6-point lead. And then all hell broke loose. And Josh Schertz, who, you've heard him on this program, couldn't be a more upbeat guy, especially considering what the team has dealt with from a health standpoint. He didn't really pull many punches in the postgame following the blown lead in Dayton. Here is what he has to say.
You know, in basketball, the more physical, the tougher team wins, and they were without question the more physical, tougher team in the second half. And we just, it's disappointing. Losing, stinks no matter what. Wilting with adversity, us not being able to, we just weren't able to get stops, weren't able to do tough things. And really lost our way offensively. Thought we played frantic offensively. And at halftime, I would have thought, we were in position and felt great about our chances, because I really feel like, when we're right, we have all those things. And as a group, I didn't think that was, probably the worst half of basketball relative to our physicality and toughness and execution, to me, since Illinois State.
Yeah. Well, they had a stretch in the second half where they went almost 5 minutes without scoring anything. They got out-rebounded in the game 43-28. Man, that's not going to work. It's too bad, because they had a night in that first half. They played extremely well.
And carrying over the momentum that they had.
This is going to be a big win.
Games. Yeah, and then you're sitting there going, okay, double bye looking probable at this point. I mean, well into the 60%, I would imagine, at that point. And then you're sitting there going, okay, into the quarterfinals they go, win 3, find yourself in a tournament. But now, barring a big surprise, that will not be the case. And so the Billikens, which already dealing with depth issues because of injuries throughout the course of the season, blow that lead, get worked over, as he said, the worst half of basketball relative to our physicality and toughness and execution, to me, since Illinois State. Now they're in a very difficult spot. I would imagine that. I think he'd probably rather lose just by okay, we were kind of around and lost by 10, and that was that, as opposed to the way that it played out, because that was rough. And again, they were up by 6 with, a handful of minutes left in the second half. So if you would have taken the Billikens plus 7.5,
well, they're going to have to get hot now, baby, to win this thing.
Hold on a second. I thought they're going to have to get hot, baby, to win this thing.
If we can win this baby, if we can just get hot, we can win this baby. Or we're going to have to get hot, baby, to win this thing.
Hot baby. They hand out a baby at the end of the A10 tournament?
I don't know. Is the A10 always in Brooklyn, the A10 tournament?
It used to be in Atlantic City in like an old theater. It was
right. I was trying to think it was a random spot.
It was kind of a dive. It was really kind of depressing. And now it's at the Barclays, I believe, most years.
It feels like it's been there for 10 years or so.
And where will the Billikens be in 2 years when they're in the Big East? Will they be at the Garden where Steph went off last night?
God, that would be great.
How great will that be?
SLU in the Big East. We can dream, buddy.
Jackson, how does that make you feel?
I would love that. I
would imagine most people in the St. Louis area would love
What about
that.
Rhode Island? Would you miss that?
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
a good
thing.
point.
For like every like really awesome Dayton or VCU or Richmond in some years matchup, like you get like some LaSalle's or some George Washington Revos.
You're just going to let go of the Fordham rivalry?
Right. Like it's just it kind of takes the wind out of the sail. Where if they were playing, even if they were, kind of the first couple of years kind of struggling a little bit, it would still be way better when they're playing teams like Marquette and Providence and Xavier and Creighton.
Providence.
A-10 tournaments in Washington, D.C., according to Kevin at the Lake.
Is it moved?
At the Verizon Center?
Yeah. Right
Nice.
down the road from the Revolutionaries, where Chuck Todd changed the name.
Do some show prep.
Oh.
The tournament is in D.C., you asses. That's from Maxwell Hung.
Yep. Capital One Arena. I'm sorry. Capital One Arena.
Okay.
Earlier in this show, Jackson Burkett said the A-10 tournament was in Brooklyn.
And we confirmed it. The rest of us confirmed it was.
And we all didn't think that was true, but yet revisited the glory days when it played at St. Gabriel Gym in Atlantic City.
I think Gabe's had a better gym than that one in Atlantic City.
A lot more banners. We were wrong about that, Jackson in particular, and on Jackson's behalf, we apologize. And
You want to take some time away, Jackson?
Jackson's going
Like
to
the
take
next
some
couple
time away.
hours?
I guess. I mean, I think I just posed the question. I don't know if I was so affirmative, but it doesn't matter.
It's
I got to be better. Oh, I have to be better.
LaSalle's played in a Sweet 16 more recently than Mizzou has, Jackson. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV. Martin, that's your
Nice.
guy.
I'll go get them a cookie.
I believe that was 2013 or 2014 when who's the coach? Remember he played there? He's from there. Yeah, we'll talk
Darnell
about it.
Cole.
Would Kwame and Voyukas actually prefer, I know he's a big Billikens fan, the A-10 to the Big East? I'm not
Good
saying
question. I'd
that
be
text.
curious what the answer is. I would imagine 95% of SLU fans would say
How
Big
could you
East.
not? You can,
Right? You agree with that, Doug, don't you?
I would think so, yeah.
Your chances of getting an at-large bid grow exponentially if you're in the Big East. You have all conference play to make your case. In the A-10, you kind of
It's a
have
huge
to.
opportunity for recruiting, too. You
Yeah,
get a chance to be
major.
on that stage.
Major.
That's like no-brainer. When we asked Josh Schertz about it last time he was on, and I kind of thought he'd swat it away, and I understood. I was happy to be the mercenary. That's the job sometimes. You go out there, you ask the question, people want to hear you, get slapped around. But he actually answered it in a way that conveyed enthusiasm without saying it. Would be the best way to describe it.
I would think it would really help their schedule, too, their home schedule, to bring in some of these big-name schools, increase attendance and awareness and visibility for the program. I think it would help.
I can't imagine one Billiken basketball fan that would object.
Right.
That would say, oh, we kind of got our footing now in the A-10.
Right.
Kwame Voyukas says, no, I would not, obviously. I'm just tired of the perception that the A-10 is a bad conference.
I don't think the A-10 is a bad conference. Whenever people talk about, like, oh, SLU should be in the MVC, I say definitively the A-10 is a better basketball conference, not even a question.
When they had the chance to make the decision, in fairness on that conversation, which was about 2 decades ago, it was the Missouri Valley was in a different spot than it is now.
Certainly. You had some major teams.
I think the point we were making wasn't quality of play. We're talking rivalries and buzz and like
national spotlight.
Right, correct. And ability to get an NCAA tournament.
And the fact that the postseason tournament was in Brooklyn. But then Jackson
Once they moved it
wrong. And I think when we make a mistake of that magnitude, we ought to spend an hour or so just walking outside in the hallway with our hands behind our back, looking down at the ground, and walk back and forth very slowly.
I don't mind that.
Until we can walk this off and think about what we've done.
Harrison's brother, Master, and Jackson, you want to block him? Or
No.
Douglas to block him?
No.
Block him.
I'm freedom of speech.
Does not like the St. Louis University conversation. This has to be the worst opening segment in show history.
Oh,
now, in
gosh.
fairness, Martin, because I know you say you're new here, he has texted that in about 1,000 times in the 20 years he's listened to the show. But this is another edition of the worst segment in the show's history.
Feels like
Boy,
there's
does
a lot
cover
of nominees.
Yeah, would there ever be? Holy smokes.
And I feel like I may have
agree. Yeah.
I feel I may have offended Buck Swope earlier, but I feel like he's the only one who can decide because there's probably like March of 2018 an opening segment that rivals this, and only he would know.
Call in, dude.
Oh, we've had some stinkers, to be sure.
What you call in, big man?
Chuck
sounded mad.
Guys, I wish the tournament was held at St. Gabriel's. That wouldn't be bad. Instead of D.C. this year, have it at St.
Is there
Gabriel's.
enough parking?
I was about to say, good park.
You can park on Murdoch.
People migrating across
like
Francis Park.
15,000 people?
Tailgate at LeGrand's, walk over.
I get the legend for the record. Anything new on where Mom's Deli's going to be?
No,
Text
I
in.
saw some story the other day that's about a sandwich shop, and I quickly clicked on it, and it was about Potbelly. So I don't think there's been an update yet.
I'm concerned about
Maybe
that.
they can move to St. Gabe's.
Tim, the Atlantic City venue was Boardwalk Hall.
I mean, I can't imagine the scum that went on there over the last few decades.
Boardwalk
And I
Hall.
say that with all due respect, with the Irish-Italian thing. It's been tough. It's been tough. Real tough. You can call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt is back. He's manning the phone lines, and he is ready to talk it over with you and then get you onto these airways. Jordan Walker yesterday, leaving the game. Jackson and I were in the midst of doing our podcast, Questions from the Audience, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. And I said, oh, Jordan Walker just left. And then I went to look at the video. And to me, it's either super precautionary or it's super concerning because the man was catching a fly ball that if you didn't know anything had happened, you wouldn't think a thing of it. So it would fall under the umbrella of the proverbial non-contact injury. But he was removed from the game. They were playing in West Palm Beach, and then he returned to the Cardinal facilities about 15 minutes north in Jupiter and was examined, and they will have an update here momentarily from Jupiter, Florida with Ali Marmol.
Well, hopefully he just tweaked it and they're exercising an abundance of caution this time of year. There's no point really pushing it in early March. But it is concerning anytime a guy leaves like that.
Especially with non-contact stuff like that.
And sometimes you can do something that doesn't look like much, but you've really hurt yourself.
Definitely. Yeah.
The headline in the Post-Dispatch is wrenches knee.
I like that verb.
I like that. Wrenches knee.
Wrenched it.
But if you watch the video and you didn't know he got hurt or left the game right after, you would think he stepped on a bug because he just looks down at the ground.
Yeah, confused, what happened?
Yeah, it's an odd video for you, oh yeah, he got hurt in this play.
I hope he's fine. He does not need any kind of setback.
No.
The Cardinals say that they will know more this morning. Ali Marmol scheduled to address the media. That's at 8:30 Eastern Time. So we're talking about here in a matter of 9:30 Eastern Time, 8:30 Central Time, right outside the Cardinal clubhouse. The Cardinal lineup today. This would be one that Edmonds would complain about, Martin.
Are we even trying to win? He would yell that out loud in the clubhouse. And Roland would also peruse the lineup for those getaway day games. The Cardinals had taken the first two of the series, and then on that Wednesday afternoon, Tony would kind of give everybody a break. And Roland didn't like if everybody got a break at the same time. And he would look at the lineup and go, "Oh, interesting." Roland was good friends with Gary Bennett, so he could get away with it. But I remember standing there one day and goes, "Oh, Benny's playing, hitting seventh. Wow!" And then Gary Bennett walked by and he goes, "Benny, we were just talking about you over here, looking at the lineup."
Hot takes.
Why wouldn't you just rest one or two at a time?
I know.
Why not 4 or 5? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Not to manage against you.
Big Tough says Buck Swope texting Tim directly to complain about the email of the day voting is the saddest thing to happen in the 21-year history of this show. That's from Big Tough. Doug, would you consider it the saddest thing? I feel like there's even more competition there.
Well, I don't have much of a memory, so I'll say yes, it was the saddest thing.
Wow.
I don't remember anything else.
Well, good news. Pestis from Festus is on the Callier and Thompson
Thank
phone
God.
lines to
Thank
give
God.
his opinion on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day controversy. Doug, this was the insight the audience was looking for. Good morning, Pestis. You're on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Good morning, gentlemen. First thing, Swopes needs to back off and just realize he's won it more than anybody else. Take it with a little pride and just say, okay, I didn't get it.
Nice advice.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I have something very important that I need to say to Jackson.
Okay.
Okay, Jackson, I'm not going to chew your butt, so don't worry about that.
All righty.
Back in January, I jumped all over you for a Blues jersey, and I jumped into your pool, and I told you what to do with your girlfriend on Valentine's Day. I stuck my foot into a swimming pool and made it all muddy, and I shouldn't have done it.
That's okay.
No, it's not okay.
All right. Well, I
owe
accept
you
your
an
apology.
apology.
Very reflective.
Oh.
I owe you an apology, and I'm giving it to you now, and I hope you will accept it and allow us both to move on and not have any hard feelings about anything.
Absolutely, Pestis. Apology accepted, and not only have we moved on, but we've progressed.
We have.
Sounds like you might cry. Are you emotional, Pestis?
Am I emotional?
Yeah.
Oh, asshole at times if you want me to be.
Oh,
I think the FCC, unfortunately, restricts the usage of that word. I disagree with it, but I do know the rules. Doug, you can say ass.
Yes.
But then, oddly, when you attach the word hole, all hell breaks loose, according to what people call the commission.
Was Pestis mad at me, or he was saying he could be nasty at times? I just felt he was emotional in his address to Jackie.
I always just fought for what I wanted.
Yes, I'm emotional, and I felt that that Jackson deserved more than what I gave him and everything, and I should have just kept my mouth shut, kept my foot out of his swimming pool.
I like that.
And just let it ride.
It's all good.
It's okay.
Appreciate it, and we're good.
Did you get your prize pack?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did get it, and I'm very appreciative of it.
Thank you.
I don't drink, but I'll guarantee you one thing. That Milagro tequila is going up on a shelf somewhere.
Nice.
trophy.
Nice.
Oh, he got some
trophy.
tequila, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it's a trophy. Now, I do need to clarify one thing.
Oh, okay.
When you read the second month's winner, Jackson said that you cannot have back-to-back winners. Does that mean you can't have well, I know you can't have two of them in a row, but does that mean a person cannot win the Listener of the Month a second time during the year?
No, so that's a very good question, Pestis.
Great question.
Great question. I'm happy to clarify it, not only for you, but for the listening audience. A winner cannot be awarded two Listener of the Month in the same year, so you cannot win another month. However, you are one of 12. 12.
Martin, how many months are there in a year?
I know.
What happened to Ledoux?
Listen, the December of last year, December 2024's winner is in the mix for the 2025 Listener of the Year. I got messed up there. 12. There's 12. You're one of 12 people who will be eligible to win Listener of the Year. So just because, despite not being able to win another month, you are in contention for the big prize.
Oh, good. Because if those prizes turn out to be as good as the ones for the month, it's going to be fun.
Okay.
All right.
But
Well,
that's
don't
it,
stop
gentlemen.
calling and texting and emailing.
Doug, a lot of the texters disagree with that.
Yeah, it's not going well on the text line.
Well, it should.
Okay. The only other thing is, remember, gentlemen, 90 to 95.
There you go.
Cardinals winning. They're very much alive.
How about
Gosh.
that?
This guy's younger.
Yeah, he is younger. Pestis, thank you so much for the call, and I think Jackson appreciated it even more than anything, because that had been bothering you.
It's been festering, Pestis.
It's been festering me, and I had to get it off my chest.
Okay.
No, I
Well,
think
that's good that we cleared this
this
up.
guy is live to be the Listener of the Year. That's something when you're talking about that on March 5th, and somebody's already sending that message to the committee.
Well, the text line is well, there's some that are supportive, Tim. Some are supportive.
Yeah, but then there's more that's really not.
In a hostile way?
Yeah, the Warson Woods wacko is, and I didn't know he knew the family history. That's surprising to me. It's Swopes. You exiled redneck, go back to the sod house your great-grandfather built when he staked claim to his land 150 years ago. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Is that what happened? I missed
Sod
that.
house.
I missed that. I think I've only missed one show since we've moved to 101 ESPN. But one day he called in and talked about the sod home he lives in.
I never understood how that worked. It seems like when it rains, the sod is going to kind of disintegrate, isn't it? I mean, the dirt and everything in there. And yet that's how they did it.
And his has held up for 150 years.
Apparently it has. These guys knew what they were doing.
Boy, some of these texts are just plain mean. Like, this poor
Like you said, you are indeed new here.
like Clorox on the rocks. Kind of funny. And then some are just so personal. I don't want to ruin the man. I thought he was about to cry apologizing to Jackson because he put his foot in your pool, Jackson. I like that.
Yeah, I didn't. The analogy at first was kind of throwing me for a
He
loop. But I
muddied
get,
your water.
Yeah.
He seems like a nice guy, but he's also probably the kind of Hoosier that worships Culver's. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. I enjoy Culver's.
Yeah,
now
Culver's.
I am from the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, but it's a delicious treat.
Do you worship
I
Culver's?
don't know if I worship it, but I enjoy a good crinkle cut fry.
Yeah, crinkle cuts. And burger's really good.
That's how you show humility, swope. You overrated ass. That's from the American Dream, and in parentheses it says possible burner.
Which Jackson adds, or does the person say, call me the possible burner?
No, at one point the person had kind of the essence of a burner, and so I assigned them as a possible burner, and now it won't let me take it away. Same thing as if I start with an article I can't take it away. So if your name has a the at the beginning, it will forever have a the at the beginning.
All right.
I don't know how that works, but it's the truth.
Guys, Pestis is now on the Mount Rushmore of TMA callers with caller Adam, caller Ellen, and chairperson Steve. That's from Uncle Wally's Plastic Ear.
I'm not sure I'd argue with that. Uncle Wally did miss his ear.
You acknowledge caller Adam being on the Mount Rushmore. What a moment for you.
No, I would
I
never
can
say
play. I
that.
can have Jackson play the audio back. You just said it.
Adam's on the Mount Rushmore?
Caller Adam, caller Ellen, and Chairman Steve.
Oh, I was pushing for Festus, not so much Colorado, who's vile as the day is long. No, he needs to be taken off of there.
Morning, boys. Taking Pestis' lead, Piddles does take a fair amount of shrapnel. I texted this yesterday, but probably should restate that my own chirps to Piddles are all in fun. I know he's not losing any sleep, but anything can stay with you if it's caught at the right time. To put it simply, love you, Piddles, and all you guys. The show is a welcome respite from the crazy crap that is life. Good day to all. That's from Sharon, back in Sanibel / Maui / Michigan, in parentheses, during the summer when it's optimal.
4 nice big homes.
It's very kind.
This is a big apologize to Jackson.
But I don't need I don't want to make it come off that I'm reeling, I'm hurting. I'm aware when you get into the lion's den, Doug, you know what they say, when it rains you get wet. And I understand in the mountain storm. So
That's some sage words of wisdom right there.
that's what Robert De Niro said in Heat when his girlfriend asked why he was just in a bank robbery shootout. He goes, well, when it rains, you get wet.
I see.
Like that. You like that?
Okay. Yeah, man, not
You got to be able to walk away.
Sergeant Major Rose is on the line, Doug.
wow.
Sergeant Major Rose is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Sergeant Major.
Good morning, fellas. Tim, I wanted to reach out to you and your sponsor, Design Air. I sent you an email Friday, I think, to your personal account, so I don't know if you got it or not.
T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com?
I sent it through my voice. I sent it through the app, and I don't know if it went through, but long story short, I'm out here doing my thing on the East Coast, and got a call from my mother Friday morning in a panic. Her furnace went out. I instantly, like a bolt of lightning, thanks Dan Marshall, thought of Design Air and called him right away. And this was 9 o'clock your time. By noon, a gentleman named Bryant Clark was out. Technician had the problem fixed. He then called me, made a recommendation that it was time for a new furnace. And yesterday, the boys were there, and 2 hours later, brand new furnace. Mom's happy. Everybody's fantastic.
How about that?
How about
All
that,
right.
Martin?
That's what we're
Another
talking
happy
about.
Design Air Heating and Cooling
That's what
client.
we're talking
They don't mess
about.
around. They just don't mess around. That's why they got the reputation that they got.
No, they were amazing. They called. They shot text messages. I had a pretty busy night last night here in D.C. With everything that was going on. So it was nice to wake up this morning to know that Mom's warm and happy. And just wanted to, again, you guys have been a part of my life for over 20 years, from my time in the service to now my time here and work. And just can't tell you the importance of your sponsors and the impact it makes to people when they know they can pick up the phone and say, hey, TMA recommends you guys, and they're true to their word. So
How about that?
Major, are you still military adjacent?
That's probably the best word to describe it, Martin.
Wow. Are you on your way to Greenland?
No. We're not. I'm not messing with that land potential grab of our current administration.
Okay.
But very important. A lot went on last night. Long night. But,
Can you loosely tell us what you do?
There's an agency, and that's about it. We all fall under the guise of the State Department. How's that sound?
Okay.
There's an agency.
Correct.
Okay.
But it was a good show last night, and the speech last night, very interesting. I'm learning so much more about our government than I thought I ever would, even though I've been working for them for close to 30 years. So
Interesting.
yeah, to say the least. But just, again, an amazing performance by your sponsor, Design Air. I tried to do my best Buck Swope and JV golf coach imitation with the email I sent you, Tim, so I hope you get a chance to find it. But truly, I do want to give props for props are due. Those guys are phenomenal, and I would recommend them to anybody at any time.
That's a great endorsement, sir. Thank you, Sergeant Major Rose. And anytime you want to email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com is the go-to. Very kind phone call, and God bless. Thank you for your service over the last number of decades. Appreciate it, brother.
You guys are very welcome. And again, Design Air, you're the best. Brian Clark, you're the man.
All right, there it is.
All right,
big time endorsement there.
Thank
Design
you.
Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today. Also the source of controversy with Buck Swope protesting. Jackson, did you Venmo him $20?
Not yet. Not
It
yet.
seems like you owe him so much.
I owe him. I guess I did say it. So.
Well,
Does Buck Swope have a room just full of TMA garb from winning over the years?
We've had stamp issues in the past.
Yeah, stamp
No, we
issues.
didn't
I
have
remember
any
the
stamp
shortage on
issues.
stamps that plagued this area for a decade.
Full on pride and bragging rights, but, actual material goods.
Okay, so listener of the month gets the prize pack. Email of the day just gets a lot of salutations.
$20 from
Or
me.
$20.
Yeah.
A veteran. Thank you, sir. You may sleep with my wife. God bless you.
wow.
That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. How about that?
he just granted information. Does his wife have anything to say about it?
I don't know what she texts in under. Jackson, what does she text in under?
Ashley, text in.
Well, I think he's just saying you can sleep with my, like he's giving his permission.
Okay, to be the cuckold.
The wife is another, like you'll have to get past that
Gotcha.
too.
All right.
But
It's just the first hurdle has been
box
cleared.
checked.
Okay.
Yeah, this the standard protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved on the program, like Pestis, like Sergeant Major Rose. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can just talk it over with other listeners in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. 201 friends have gathered at 7:38 this morning. That is sponsored by Michelob Ultra. Dave Murray's fro says TMA swag bag includes a box of tissues and a nail clipper. Is that the prize right now?
Oh, God. That was good. Kind of creeped me out.
And Erin in St. Chuck, who has her nipples pierced, says she's a little cranky this morning.
Why?
Erin, call in 314-974-0101. You can also email in. Buck Swope's email today might be one for the ages. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50. Jamie Rivers on the Stiefel dossier at 10:15. Blues and Kings tonight here on 101 ESPN. Pregame 8:30. Puck drop at 9:30. I thought.
Is there some drilling going on, by the way, in the building?
Jackhammering is usually
You hear it?
my
Okay.
forte.
Like Wayne Grove over here getting into the safe.
Does
What is
sound like there
going
might be
on?
some activity on the roof, which isn't ideal considering the conditions outside. But Jeremy Rutherford, I'm going to read it, and you tell me what your read is. But I think Blues fans monitoring the trade deadline might be intrigued by what he had to say this morning on The Athletic regarding the Blues and the deadline. We'll have that for you coming up. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been doing it in the St. Louis metropolitan area now for 30-plus years. The website is igotfloored.com. Man, quality flooring can do wonders for upgrading your home. Working with the right company to make that renovation is critical. And that's where Michael's Flooring comes into play. Online at igotfloored.com. 3 locations in the St. Louis area to serve you. Check them out at igotfloored.com. They are right down the road from us here, as a matter of fact, in Creve Coeur. They are also in Darden Prairie, and Michael's Flooring third location is in St. Peter's. There is a reason that Michael's continued to grow through the 31 years of Michael's Flooring's business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure that they're taken care of, and this then rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
very nice.
Rogers and Hammertoe's back.
This Rogers and Hammertoe might be accepting an award for Listener of the Year. All due respect to Pestis. All due respect to Pestis.
That's
Rogers
the song
and
that this song should play at the end of every Cardinal victory.
Well, this is about
they
the
got
Blues.
Oh.
What about the Gers?
Well,
Fight
blues
Tiger.
that'd work too, I guess.
Is audio soft?
I can hardly hear it. I got my pot turned all the way
I
out.
thought it was me. I thought it was me.
I could tell that everybody's kind of hesitating, but I'm like, maybe I'm this. And then I adjusted my headphones and I got
to
nothing.
listen.
Something's wrong with my...
But
It's the editing
You need
again.
another phone call from Pestis to lift your spirits. I'd love to hear the song.
is it the
I would
first?
too,
Is this
try.
the first time?
My
First time I've ever
headphones
heard it.
my headphones stopped working.
Here's more headphones here if you want one.
Well, if only we were at a radio station and they had
All right, Martin.
headphones available. So that was contributed by a listener, and they took Doug's moniker.
The same listener, Martin, who created Youngry Birds, which Jackson posted on the TMA STL Twitter account. Is that up on any of our other social media? Chairman Kurt does a wonderful job with the TMA social media. The Instagram, YouTube.
Kind of tough. It's like a YouTube link on Instagram. It would just be.
Oh, is that right?
It's kind of finicky.
I retweeted the tweet there.
Yeah.
I enjoyed
Yeah.
it. And Victor Scott, by the way, is hitting 583 this spring.
Yeah.
All
He's
started
playing.
with Youngry.
That's right. So this is, then what's the title of this beat? If we can just get hot?
Yeah, here, I'll play a little bit more
If
of
we
this.
could
hear it a little
Someone's
bit.
messed up my headphones.
All right.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Oh yeah, the Blues are marching in. Get to them playoffs, boys, just win. We don't care about the first round pick. If you keep these boys together.
Where'd it go?
Doug, you have a problem with the edit?
go? We were just reaching a crescendo.
Come on now, holler. We've been hit hard, but those wounds have calloused. Come mid-June, we could be hoisting that chalice.
Very nice.
On there twice. Let's go, Blues. Go for the gold. For that cup, I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy. But if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Oh, wow.
Doug, how good does that
that's
feel
so
for you? Do you get royalties on that?
Yeah, I should. They should play this at the Enterprise Center.
That has like
The
shades
Blues
of
game.
Spinal Tap. It's the perfect
Yeah, that's
vibe.
a blues.
More
that's
striper.
That's a bluesier anthem if
Oh,
I've
it
ever
just
heard it.
totally has the Bluesier vibe, the old arena. Maybe the guy in Triumph, was he the one who always wore the Blues jersey? God.
And
that's
who's
perfect.
singing? It's all artificially produced.
That's Rogers and Hammertoe.
So,
Kind of like what Herbie Hancock did with Rocket. Was that like 1982?
I don't know the years,
three?
Tim.
Well, Rogers and Hammertoe is not going to be happy about Jeremy Rutherford's column this morning on The Athletic. Now, he doesn't flat out say it, but this is me extrapolating from the words Jeremy Rutherford writes that I would tell you his read is, and his read isn't, I think, rooted in guesswork, that Braden Schenn could still be on the move over the next 48 hours. Now, he doesn't say that.
Oh, no.
But that's my read in reading the column. And I read from The Athletic with friend of the program and 101 ESPN Zone, Jeremy Rutherford, in his column this morning on The Athletic. The Blues would like to be in a playoff position heading into the trade deadline on Friday. Instead, they're in a precarious position. The Blues are not seen as buyers. They may not be sellers. And while standing pat seems to be the likely option, that's not guaranteed either. And so then it gets into the question on what Doug Armstrong does for the Blues at the deadline. And if they lose tonight against the Kings, which you can hear right here on 101 ESPN, puck drop 9:30, then does it even increase the chances, even though you're talking about 60 minutes of hockey determining the direction of an organization? And here's what he gets into. Doug Armstrong has not been shopping Braden Schenn necessarily, but he has been fielding interest. After seeing his club go 5-1-1 in its last 7 games, the GM is said to be on the fence about moving his captain, which is why Schenn fell from number 11 to number 31 in the Athletics' Chris Johnston's trade board on Tuesday. The problem what kind of message would it be to the players to implore them to go on a run and get themselves into the playoff picture, and then when they do, pull the rug out from under them? And what kind of experience could be lost for players such as Jake Neighbors and Zach Bolduc, who've never been in the playoffs? And then he cites the Buchnevich situation of last year. A year ago, Buchnevich was considered one of the top trade targets at the deadline, and Armstrong admitted afterward that he was asking a mother load for the winger. The GM didn't get it, so he held on to Buchnevich and re-signed him to a 6-year, $48 million extension in the offseason. Schenn's situation is a little different. He's 33 with 3 years remaining on his contract at 6.5 AAV, whereas Buchnevich is 29 and had just the season left on his deal before his extension kicks in next season. The Blues are not deciding whether to re-sign Schenn like they were Buchnevich. They're simply deciding whether it's worth keeping him for the playoff push and beyond, or take advantage of the market interest. And then they cite some of the teams that have expressed interest, such as the Leafs and the Devils, especially now with the injury to Jack Hughes. So Doug Armstrong in quite a spot because he sees the opportunity to move Schenn, potentially get out from under a deal that they might not enjoy having in a couple of years, considering he has 3 years left at 6.5 AAV. But at the same time, the downside to that, the team has been on this heater, and then what kind of message does it say to the guys in the room? And you're not assuring yourself, but it becomes more likely that Neighbors and Bolduc don't get that playoff experience. Doug, what do you think after hearing that?
I can't say that I'm too surprised. He started out by saying nothing is guaranteed. That is a guarantee, that nothing is guaranteed. I think it sends a horrible message if you trade Schenn, unless you get somebody that can help right now. If you trade him for a second-round draft pick or something, that's going to be terribly deflating to the players. I mean, they've battled hard to get back in it, and now here they are in it, and then you're going to take away a key part? I think that'd be a terrible message to send.
Would they be trading him, though, just to unload the salary, just for future? I mean, if somebody's willing to take on the salary, I think Armstrong's considering it for sure, even though it would be a bad message. But if it makes you better the next couple of years money-wise, if some team takes on his contract, you got to think about it. But I agree, especially a room where the collective personality is a little quiet, don't have a lot of vocal leaders.
He's one guy with some
There's
grit.
one guy's got a little bit of that leadership DNA that I think that would be another void. But I don't think Armstrong is too worried about fan perception. I don't think he's worried about any of the outside noise. But he does have to worry about how it would play in the room.
Absolutely. And that's where it gets into a spot. So I am sensing from that column, and this is the reasoning, Martin, if you remember why I felt really confident that something was going to happen with Jim Montgomery. When JR writes, he isn't writing, for like a blog to, because he's got to do it. I think he's coming from a place of knowledge, and he can't flat out say it. But whether it's from his cohorts in the league, whether it's from other executives in the league, or whether it's from somebody with the Blues themselves, I think that column speaks to maybe a larger possibility than I thought before reading it, that the Blues would trade Braden Schenn here over the next 48 hours.
Do you have a percentage? You feel like it's 60%?
I'm going to get more information here in about 15 hours by what takes place tonight. But, I think I'm going to go with the 60%, actually. I think that's the nice number.
I'm going to go much lower than that.
You let your heart get in the way of your business, and I respect that.
I'm not a guy that wants to win 3 or 4 years from now. I want him to be good every single year. And I think as long as you still have a chance to get in the playoffs, and you're close. They took a hit last night. Calgary won their game. Flames now 3 points ahead of the Blues for that last wild card spot. And the Flames have a game in hand, so it could be 5 points out, which looks a lot different than it did a night ago when they were 1 point out. Nonetheless, I just don't think you can do that to the team, saying we're going to rip the captain off the squad. Now that you've climbed back in the race, we're going to get rid of him. Forget all that work he did the last 2 weeks. None of it matters. We're going to hope to get a good draft pick here in another year or two. I don't like that approach.
Doug, did that song influence your decision?
It helped.
I wonder about that.
Okay.
A little fire under me.
Army better be concerned about fan perception. Season ticket holder renewal deadline is this week. That's from Sharon and Clayton, Sanibel. Maui and
And season
during
tickets.
The nice
also.
weather.
Yeah.
Michigan, and then, yes, season tickets as well.
God.
That fan base is almost always on board. It's amazing. They just, whatever the Blues will tell them, all right, well, it sounds good.
The Blues are 29-33. This is silly. Tear it down. That's from Steven Time. I think you and Steven Time were discussing it yesterday, if memory serves, Doug. And
He's all in
Well,
on tearing it down.
Some of the teams in the playoff are under 500 too. Calgary is.
Blues
They're
have no one to
29
blame
and
but
32.
themselves. Play better earlier in the year, and you're not put in this position. That's from the 217.
Well, that's easy to say. Win all your games and you're not in this position. No kidding.
Sounds like you would fight the 217 and Steven
But
Time.
this is where they are, and the question is, with 20 games left, what do you do? When you're right there on the fringe of the playoff race, do you tear it down? I say no. I say you go for it.
Hey, jackasses! Don't forget the captain has a full no trade. He isn't going anywhere. That's from Lady Sonia's teacup.
I think he would go to Toronto.
I agree with
Be
you.
with Berube
I don't
and the
think
Leafs.
they're having the conversation if it's not in play. Now, I don't know if he's necessarily looking to go to other outposts in the league. But, yes, I think that you're right, Martin. That is.
I'm sure there's a couple of places he wants to win, and if he thinks this team, I think he would say yes to teams that are on the cusp of winning the cup.
Well, what are you going to get for someone who's 33?
Well,
who's got
I
a
think
big
it's all
contract?
about dumping the salary. I think the return would be, it's kind of in this Arenado conversation where you're focused more on freeing up money than you are on the return.
But
I don't feel like it's like, I don't know. Maybe this JR, Montgomery, Tim, is that Vortex we're in there? That kind
I think I'm in a vortex with him.
Maybe that there's something
For
there.
real, I saw the column, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what he's hearing on Schenn. Because in my mind, I'm kind of like, yeah, they've turned the page. They're going to be in this weird spot in which, they're, 23% on money puck to make the playoffs, 23, 26% either way, something in the 20s. So, therefore, not likely. But they have been playing so well as of late, and their schedule is statistically the easiest of any other team in the NHL. So some things have kind of lined up, which makes it a really tough spot for Doug Armstrong and the organization. Plus, you heard John Kelly when he was with us yesterday, if you were listening in the 10 o'clock hour, say this organization could really use that playoff revenue, and the players themselves could use the playoff experience. So it is not, I don't see it as a cut and dry decision. And oftentimes I would be more on the opposite side of Doug with saying it ain't going to happen, so you got to capitalize on your assets right now, especially in this case, a guy who's on your payroll who you probably won't be getting proper return on in a couple of years, and you have a chance to unload those dollars. So it is truly a difficult decision, and I don't feel like Armstrong's in a great spot. I think he was in a great spot when he was with us 2 weeks ago because he thought, okay, they're kind of out of it. It's fine. It's going to make the decision easier. And then all of a sudden they go on the heater, and then they go on this 7-1-1 march.
Well, Schenn would be a really nice player for a contender to add. He'd be a really good second or third line guy. A veteran with Stanley Cup winning experience, just the kind of guy you want on your team for the playoffs. Nonetheless, at his age and with his salary, how much are you going to give up for him? Probably not much. You're not going to get somebody's hot young prospect for Braden Schenn right now. You're not. You're going to get a draft pick probably. And a team that's in the running is certainly not going to want to give up an important piece because they're in the running. If you got a wealthy team or someone with some salary cap space that can use a player like that, they're just not going to give you one of their top prospects. They'll give you a draft pick, and I don't think that's worth it. As long as you're in the running, you got to go for it. You got to try to win.
Jackson, I think you're the total package, but you're not texting in as the total package, are you? No.
What's the total package?
They just said hockey sucks. I'm like, so we had an in-depth analysis, Tim, a good, hearty discussion. And then the text just says hockey sucks. That's not you, though, Jackson. No.
No, sir.
Okay. Clarifying.
I would say the gauge of the text inbox is the majority of people, but it's not overwhelming, are on board with trading him. You can text in your thoughts, 314-399-9646. Multiple reporters have said they would get a huge return, not a salary dump. That is from the 618.
A huge return? How are you going to get that?
618 call in. Chairman Kurt will put you on.
How are you going to get a huge return for a guy who's 33 and makes a lot of money, and he's got 12 goals?
We're accepting calls from Festus and from military members, but if you'd like to be added to the list, you can. Call now. 801 in St. Louis, and it looks like it's a blowing, snowish rain out there. There's your live weather update, Doug, just looking out the window.
It's hard not to like Braden Schenn on your team. It is, but he's not a superstar player. He's not an all-star player. He might have been at one point in his career. He isn't now. 12 goals, 26 assists. He's a -2. Good, solid player. Again, some contender would love to have him for the push, but I just can't believe that you'd get a whole lot in return for him.
I agree with that. I could be wrong. It seems to me that there wouldn't be a ton coming your way, but you know what we'll do, Tim? We'll see what happens.
Okay. The playoff percentage for the Blues per money puck this morning, by the way, 23.2%. And to give you comps in the Western Conference, the Flames with their win, 34%. Vancouver's at 36.5%. Utah's at 19.9%. And Jackson's favorite organization, the Ducks, at 5%. And all of those teams, barring a big surprise, are fighting for one spot, and that is the 8th overall seed in the West. Is that enough to justify?
You frightened me there for a minute.
Is that enough to justify?
And all of it to be facing Winnipeg in the first round. The Blues have had, they've played pretty well against Winnipeg.
Mm-hmm.
Does that factor into it? That all of this is just to get in? But if you just get in, Doug, what happens?
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
Think about that. We just heard a beautiful song. Hey, Sharon, being handcuffed by a timeshare isn't, quote, having a place. I do believe you live in Clayton, though. Nowhere else in the region does a yappy gal have this much time on her hands in the morning. That's from Arbor Day, who won Texter of the Year.
He called her
2023, 2024. And might be making a case for 2025, the rare three-peat.
I like yappy.
Do you like that term? Yappy birds?
Somebody wants me to stop flip-flopping. I'm more in the Doug camp. I am. Unless you're going to get a lot in return, which I don't believe, although apparently the reporters have said that. I just think if you're just dumping him, I'm more in line with Doug. At this point where the franchise is, I think I would take my shot with this group one last time.
So here's Doug, I'm going to give you my official position on it.
All right.
I like to be able to watch a game and know which way I want the outcome to go. And a couple of weeks ago, I'm like, okay, it's good. They're falling out of it. Fine, we understand. And then they go on the heater, and then I'm watching it, and I'm pulling for them and going, holy crap. I mean, here they go. They're beating the Jets, or they're right there to beat the Jets, and unfortunately, they blew it at the end. But they still pick up a point. They beat the Avalanche. They beat the hell out of the Kraken. They go to Washington and beat the Capitals. Have that win at home against the Kings. And I'm going, my God, this is super exciting. And then I start dreaming of April, when the weather's warming up and the sundresses are out and the Cardinals are playing and Youngry Birds is blasting throughout the city. And now, if we can just get hot, we can win this baby is blasting throughout the city. The Masters is going on, and the beautiful Ludwig Aberg is winning his first green jacket, and that arouses me. And all my these dopamine hits are just firing at me left and right. However, my friend is math. And the reality of the situation is it's incredibly unlikely. Now, the last two world championships for the Cardinals would probably have been given much less percentage than 23% at pick your moment in September in 2006 or 2011. And, of course, we saw what happened. But specific to the Blues, it just doesn't seem particularly likely. The only thing that gives me pause are people who actually played the game or who are really close to the game give huge amounts of value to, number one, not pulling the rug out from a young team, and after they go on a heater, trading away their captain, and number two, these guys getting playoff experience. And that means a hell of a lot more in the Stanley Cup playoffs than perhaps people understand. So if I'm watching the Blues and Kings, which I won't be doing at 9:30 tonight, I'll be watching it at 4:30 tomorrow morning. But I'll be pulling for the Blues. That will be my mindset. And I know people are like, well, of course you would be. Well, but my reasoning is if they were to lose and you really want to see them trade Schenn, then that is what you want to see happen. You want to see them lose because then it increases the probability of trading Schenn.
I think it's a little different in the NFL or the NBA where if you get that really high draft pick, you got a really good idea of what you're getting because the guys are 22. They've played at a very high level in college, and guys frequently step right in from the NFL and the NBA and are stars at the next level. Doesn't usually happen that way in hockey. If you're getting a draft pick, you're going to get somebody who's 17 or 18 years old, and maybe in 3 or 4 years you find them. If they don't trade Schenn, hang on to him for another year. Supposedly you got some young guys coming up. They're going to add to this team next year and be better. Some young, good offensive players. You'll have Schenn around for another year, who's still a quality player. If he's good enough for some other team to give you a lot, he's good enough to be good for the Blues. And so much of the rest of your roster is right in their prime years or a little bit on the old side. So it's going to take, if you break it down now, it's going to take more than just 1 or 2 more players. It's going to take several players to become a contender again. So if you think the team is pretty good now, and next year you're going to add Snuggerud and Dvorak, I think his name is. Dvorsky.
Skversky?
Jeff Skversky is coming.
Philadelphia now,
if the Skiver is coming to provide you a lift, hang on to what you have, give it all you got this year, and come back next year with these 2 young guys that have been playing in the minors or high level college hockey now for a couple of years, and go with it that way.
Sharon has issued a response to Arbor Day. I will take Yappy. Been called much worse. Not handcuffed by anything, but whatever helps you sleep at night. That's from Yappy Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, in Michigan.
Is there a difference in being yappy and mouthy?
Mouthy feels a little more insulting.
It does.
Yappy's a little more playful.
100%. Preach on, Brother Doug. That's from Ryan Boom.
Oh, boom, boom, boom. Ryan Boom.
Boom, gotcha.
Does St. Louis have the perfect franchises for the state of our region? The Cardinals and Blues are perfect for St. Louis. The AT&T building, the Millennium, a roster. Doesn't anyone in this town have some TNT? That's from Arbor Day, and he's saying, blow it up.
Sports, are they great?
Like, how are they?
No, they're not great. They're about average right now. The sports are about average.
Really?
Yeah, we've had better years. We've had worse years. I always hate the idea of giving up. I can't do that. As competitors, these guys are all competitors, or they would have never reached professional sports. They're all competitors. They want to win. They should want to win. And I just don't think you can pull the rug out from under them and say, well, we're close, but we don't trust you guys.
I don't know how much this factors into the conversation, but the Blues are one of a handful of teams who have a goalie who, even if the team is inferior, can win you playoff series. Mm-hmm. And I think we saw a perfect example of that nearly 3 years ago before Kadri ran Binnington, that the Blues, I think they would acknowledge it internally themselves, were not up at the level of that 2022 Avalanche team. That was a hell of a hockey team. And yet there they were on the precipice before he got hurt of shocking them in the second round. And keep in mind, Ville Husso started that series against Minnesota to get the Blues from where they were to that Avalanche series once Binnington got hot. And Binnington's reputation now much more well-known after the Four Nations. And you see in moments of critical time in a hockey game, that guy rises to the occasion. We certainly saw it in Boston in 2019, and we just saw it in Boston 2 weeks ago. And I wonder if that factors in, not just because he has that ability and that upside, but because you only have, realistically, a handful more years of him being the guy that you're going to count on in those positions. And do you want to maximize that? I don't know if that factors in for him.
I think Armstrong being in the building in Boston, being part of Team Canada, seeing Binnington win that, I think that probably does factor into his decision here, because you've got a goalie who wins at the highest level in this Four Nations face-off, and he has won a Stanley Cup. I think you're right. I think if you've got that guy in this moment and you have a chance to get in, even though the team is largely 500-ish,
A lot of arguments in the text inbox over what the record of the St. Louis Blues is.
And when the Blues would say they're over 500, 29, 30, and 6, or whenever they're game over, you could always point out, yeah, but you also have those overtime losses.
Yeah, the 6 should count as a loss. So the record is really 26 and 32, 33.
Take a listen to this, Doug.
In Tampa Bay.
Did you say Tampa? Do you say Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay.
Okay, yeah. That'll be a good one.
Then they go to Anaheim.
What
then
else?
LA, and then Phoenix. That's in March.
Phoenix, Arizona puts the heat up on you.
Yeah.
Doug, there it is. That's kind of a rundown of what is on the
Douglas.
schedule.
From years ago. That was
No, that's
the
not
current
true.
schedule.
The Utah team has relocated to Phoenix, and they'll be playing in front of 4 people at Mullet Arena.
I'm sure Douglas wasn't a member of the Muppets at one point. It really sounded like
Guys,
a
I love hearing about the Blues, but more importantly, they delayed the start of school in Charlotte today because of wind! Wind! By the way, I just landed in New York. Who's that reporter who messed up from spring training? I want to start a rumor that I just saw Arenado in row 16 of my American flight into JFK. Doug, that's from Mario in Charlotte, who's in transit to New York City this morning. Canceling school because of wind. I'd never heard that.
Well,
we've got it going here. Look at that.
I mean, it's snowing sideways. The wind, based on the flag, aggressively out of the west. I mean, it looks like a hurricane force wind here in St. Louis. And that is snow.
It's. I mean, that is as strong a wind as I've seen.
You think school's going to be canceled here?
Because of wind?
Yeah. Wind in Charlotte, wind in St. Louis.
Well, I don't know.
A chance for Janet, who is anti-Charlotte, and Mario to bond. What a great moment that will be. Janet, call in.
I think out of an abundance of caution, everyone should go home right now.
Oh, for
because
heaven's
of the
sake.
wind.
For heaven's
Doug's
sake.
they're gonna lose it.
Pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Shut it down.
Don't shut it down. The
Too
snow is
windy.
going down. Any wind is going to blow the snow in that direction. Look at the trees beyond there. They're not exactly bending over.
That's a 5-club wind.
It isn't.
Bang, BP.
But I'm going to hit it low and with a draw, and I think I'll be able to cut through it. Hey, Tim, what's your cell number? I need to text you directly to complain about the show. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Okay. Hotmail screams douchebag.
Doug.
Bowden Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. Doug, do you have any guess what their number is? I mean, to ask you to give a phone number.
314-222-2222.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And Andy Crouppen was in here with, I think, the finest head of hair in the St. Louis metropolitan area.
Tough to beat. He's going to look just like Einstein when he gets older.
I am telling you, it looks good. Talking it over yesterday regarding the Mary Kate potential litigation from last week and her family naming Barstool and Pat McAfee. And at Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com and the number 314-222-2222. They have been in St. Louis, supporting St. Louis, founded in St. Louis, going back to 1979. If you're in a spot where you need personal injury lawyers, wouldn't you want somebody who is local and has been doing it in the St. Louis area going back decades? Well, that's what Brown and Crouppen does. The presenting sponsor of TMA, and the name of the game for this program, support the sponsors. 314-222-2222. We're going online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. The Stiefel Dossier has Jamie Rivers joining us in the 10 o'clock hour, and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50 with a very angry Buck Swope about losing yesterday in a controversial fashion that I could see a 30 for 30 being
Get
done.
over it, Swope.
So I'm looking forward to his email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, Design Air sponsor of our email today. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. We love giving accessibility to our advertisers for our audience. You may have heard Sergeant Major Rose call in our 7 o'clock hour raving about Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling and how accessible they are. Well, Stewart's American Mortgage falls into that category as well. Stewie gives out his own. You borrow $200,000 or more. There's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Call him directly. Personal cell phone 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight as they take on the Kings right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 8:30, puck drop at 9:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. The 8 o'clock hour sponsored by Fisher Window and Door Store. It's a program that solicits your involvement, in particular on Ween Wednesdays, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. One of the multiple options to communicate with us at 314-974-0101, the YouTube chat. I haven't been in there much today. Doug, have you been in there seeing what's doing?
No, not really.
It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. I always like to see what they're talking about in there, Martin. Sometimes it is on the topic of the program, and then sometimes it's not. And Ichiro's American Hits asks, hey, where can I find that Rodgers and Hammertoe music? Rodgers and Hammertoe has released 2 songs here in the last month. The first one, Youngry Birds, and that's a hit. And now one that we kind of could see taking off here, and that is if we can just get hot, we can win this baby. Jackson, where can the audience listen to Rodgers and Hammertoe's music?
He has created a YouTube channel.
Oh, wow.
To feature his tunes. And if you go to the TMA STL account on Twitter, I posted the link to their Youngry Birds tune.
Okay. What do you say we go outside Army's office and we just kind of rickroll them with that song just over and over and over to make our message heard?
What does rickroll mean?
Kind of just
Rick Astley.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like a good
have you not heard this?
return song.
It was about a decade ago, so it might predate Jackson.
Where
Where
like you're watching some video and then all of a sudden,
and then they just play it over and over and over and over.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, real nice.
I like that song.
Okay.
It's going to be a return song eventually.
Iggy is in the YouTube chat, Doug. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And he says, maybe it's my phone, but every time I come in here, the comments stop.
They're intimidated by Iggy. Maybe that's it.
It's not called Twitter anymore, Jackson. That's from eggplant emoji.
It's as much Twitter as it is anything else.
It's X.
Yeah.
What I enjoy is when we have a surprise guest on the hotline, Ken will text me, and their numbers from famous people, well, loosely, but most of them are deceased. Carol Channing. I don't
Friend of the show.
Don't know if the mobile phone still works. Bobby Vinton, he might be alive. Lou Ferrigno's still alive. Yesterday he sent me Peter Marshall. Remember Peter Marshall, Doug?
Oh, sure. Hollywood Squares.
He actually just died in recent years, but he was about 98.
Father of Cubs outfielder Pete Lecoq.
Cubs and Royals, maybe? And then Leonard Nimoy, Ken sent me as well. But I believe
he's
he
been
is
gone for a long time.
Yeah, I believe he is back.
Hey, Libby, it's X, not Twitter. It's Eric in the Central West End.
But when
Is that a thing?
Well, clearly he's triggered.
When you say Twitter, everyone knows what you're talking about, so
Correct.
that's okay.
I feel like Elon probably still calls it Twitter. Like everybody calls it Twitter.
It's when
formerly known as Twitter.
Right, when you've called something like that for so long, it's just, force a habit. It's not like a statement.
No, I wouldn't let it get lax.
When you run for office and you've switched over to the other side, they'll still call you Libby Jack. It's just stuck, right?
I don't think I'm made for office.
Why is that?
I wear my heart on my sleeve.
A lot of skeletons in your closet?
No, don't worry about that. Just, wear my heart on my sleeve.
Gosh, Doug.
You could be a sensitive politician?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that would work.
Probably not. Probably not.
I was saying to Jackson yesterday when we were recording QFTA, and what was the episode called yesterday?
Boy Who Cried Wolf.
Boy Who Cried Wolf.
What were the top questions?
Boy, there was, you know what, Martin? There were some good ones that could possibly apply to this radio presentation, as a matter of fact. But what I was saying to Jackson, I'll scroll through my now deleted file, but that I will be emotionally and probably financially invested in Missouri's NCAA tournament run. But weirdly, even though Doug doesn't call us coworkers, he calls us brothers now.
I know, I say
skip
coworkers.
friends and we say brothers.
No.
But I have no relationship to Jackson outside of the magic that we have been working on here for the last 5 years together. But I think I will be thinking of Jackson more than anybody, either when Missouri wins their NCAA tournament game or when they lose their NCAA tournament game. And I think I will be happier for Jackson more so than anybody else. And if they were to lose on a buzzer beater, I will be thinking, how is Jackson coping? And you know what? I think the fact that he does wear his heart on his sleeve as opposed to hedging is an endearing trait.
Well, thank you. It's very kind. That entire statement right there is very kind. But yeah, that's how you sometimes to feel alive, you got to die a little. And
wait, let's write that down.
Yeah, I think that might be a T-shirt.
Okay. Sometimes you got to feel alive. You got to die a little. And if that
what would
means
be an example of that? Maybe try to bring that home to the audience.
You know, like you don't really appreciate life until maybe you have a brush with death. Maybe you don't.
Nice, Doug.
That's a very existential look at it from like a sports fan perspective. Like, you know, if your team loses in heartbreaking fashion and you go down, you're just heartbroken for it. Think about what happens if they're to win in dramatic fashion. You know, you're even more excited about it. It's too high, too low, but, you know, the too high is the best, and it's worth the too low moments.
See that?
I think you'll find as you get older, the intensity of your sports fandom will wane just a little bit.
I imagine.
Not that that's a good thing, but it just does. When you get married and
priorities change.
Yeah, then you have kids and
sure.
you stop living and dying so much.
I'll let that happen naturally.
Yeah,
you know?
and it does.
Yeah.
I used to live and die like that with the Cardinals and the Blues and the football Cardinals.
And when did that stop?
When I was younger. About the time I had kids.
Yeah. I think there might be
and
something.
all of a sudden, you want to win that 8th grade basketball tournament more than the Cardinals winning the World Series. Like, that means more to you.
And you guys all have children, so you can speak to this more than I can. If your kid gets really into a team and they start becoming emotionally invested into it, can't you by proxy kind of get
Don't say
back
by
in?
proxy does.
Fair.
I think you're right on that.
By association.
I think you're right.
Yeah, you could.
Absolutely.
What if your kids like the Chiefs? Then what do you do?
They sleep in the yard.
They sleep in the yard. You kick them out of the house.
Well, that's kind of been my thing when people are like, well, Jackson, like, what if your kids get into the Chiefs? It's like, I simply would not allow that. That's just not like, no.
They don't have a choice.
Like, they'd come
They have to sleep in a yard?
I want to be a Chiefs fan. I go, that's not allowed. If you enjoy eating and sleeping indoors, then you will not be a
Not
Chiefs
allowed.
fan. If I came up to my dad and said, I'm a Cubs fan, he would say, no.
He'd make you sleep outdoors?
He would say, that's just not happening. Like,
and then you would be outdoors, like in a pup tent?
There was no argument. I was like, okay, no, it's just not going to happen.
Is that dogma?
What? Sleeping in a pup tent?
No. That's a delight. I mean, just ask Jake Gyllenhaal and Heath Ledger.
Yeah, it's true.
But I'm talking about if a parent says, you cannot like this team, otherwise you're in the pup tent, with or without Gyllenhaal.
I think it sets up boundaries and structures. We root for the home team. It's establishing principles. You know, we're not fair weathered fans.
Loyal to the soil.
Yeah, we stick with the team. We what's the thing about dancing? You dance with the one who brought you there.
Yeah.
Brung you.
Brung you? Is that how you say it? You have to have
You dance with who brung you.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm confident that Jackson lives by motivational posters found in high school math classes. That's from Wedding Tackle.
I find value in them.
Tim, can I ask a tangentially related topic?
I'm answering questions. Doug won't.
When you're in the sports industry and you get a little jaded and because you're around some athletes who are not...
Are you talking around baseball writers right now?
Well, no, I'm saying, like all of
Some
us,
personal news.
when you kind of see behind the curtain, what level of responsibility do you have to not tell anybody and like break their heart? For example,
boy, that's nice. That's
you know
a
what I'm
great
saying?
question. This is like a QFTA question.
Yeah. Well, when I bring this up, neighbor Bill, one of my neighbors, and old.
I thought you were talking about Naperville. This is neighbor.
Yes, he is not from Naperville, but neighbor Bill. It's a great guy. We're watching a game a couple years ago, Cardinal game, and every player that comes to bat, oh, he seems like a great guy.
Oh, and you didn't want to.
I'm like, yeah. Oh, he seems super nice. Yeah, sure. Every player, he's like, oh, he seems like a good fella. He seems like and I would just say, sure. And the day before, I'd been down there and they crapped all over me. And I'm like, yeah, he can be a little grouchy. Yeah. And you just don't want to do it to people that have been fans of these teams and these players, and you just don't want to do it.
I get where you're coming from on that. I experienced a similar moment, not necessarily with regard to conduct, but when I would be covering the Cardinals my first year at KMOV, and I'm 23, and I am emotionally invested in like a May Tuesday night game against the Pirates, and they lose, and I'm really upset about it. And I go down to the clubhouse, and like Edmonds is slapping Eric Davis with a towel or something like that. And I go, okay, I might need to. If the gentlemen who are playing in the game are doing okay with this, then maybe I should be able to handle it better. That was a moment of, and that's not to say that they did not care so much as once you've done it and you play 162 games, if you're heartbroken, even the best teams are going to lose 60 times over 6 months, then you better be able to compartmentalize it. And I think that's where the proverbial closer's mentality comes from. If you can move on from something that would devastate a fan base or a lesser mentally strong person, you do not have the closer's mentality.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's more frustrating for fans, and especially coaches, who want so bad for their team to win but can't really do anything about it. Not really. And the players who played and gave it all they had and came up short, it's a little easier to say, oh, well, we tried, just didn't get it done.
And you understand why players have to kind of have some fun in the grind of it, but you can also see there's certain teams where there's the DNA of that team. They're really intense and they're just out to win. And then some teams do just kind of play grab ass. You can just kind of feel it.
This cute little dog-hating woke simp has no idea what parenting will be like. Good luck telling a 13-year-old what team he can cheer for. That's from Beer Cats.
Oh,
worked for me.
You're not going to allow your kids to pick their own teams?
No.
Did your parents ever put you in a pup tent?
No, but I remember specifically, I think I've told the story before, like after the Giants won the Super Bowl, one of the Eli Manning Brady ones, like I had family out in New York and they were cheering for the Giants. And I was like, I want to become a Giants fan. And my dad was like, no shot. Like, you're a Rams fan. That's it. Like, we root for the home team. And I couldn't agree more. And now looking back on it, I'm glad he did. I'm not a fair-weather guy.
But if there is no home team, there is no home NFL team.
I'm going to school them on what happened from the years of 2011 or 12 to 2016. Let them know about the injustices done. Okay. The wounds that are still fresh.
Oh, festering.
Yeah.
And don't let them watch the NFL at all.
No,
be one of those people that said, I'll never watch another game.
Do you think it's kind of like when an election doesn't go someone's way and the people say they're moving? Do you think that anybody has truly, I'm talking about one single person, I think one single person probably has, in the last decade gone, okay, F the NFL, I am no longer watching an NFL.
Ellen DeGeneres moved, right, to London, England?
Well, I'm talking more NFL, but Ellen DeGeneres Ellen DeGeneres lived in Shrewsbury.
You said with an election, I think.
Right. Well, there was that, but people say it, but then they don't do it. I'm talking about.
You're saying, do people actually follow through on the NFL?
Was there somebody who actually really totally 80-60?
I get some tweets if I just mention, hey, this Sunday we've got Packers Bears at noon and the Cowboys, and people were like, why are you promoting this? We hate the NFL. They screwed our city. Never watch. Don't watch. I think there are some people who have held firm on that. I think.
Kevin's brother Jack Demoff says, I 100% have quit the NFL. How about that?
I think that's a really small group out there, but I appreciate their commitment to it. I think it's hard. If you are in the sports world, you can't ignore it. It's impossible.
Yeah. Well, we can't really.
Well, I'm saying we can't ignore it. But I respect people who are that pissed off. They said, I'm never watching a game again. Or, like I said, I would never set foot in SoFi Stadium. And then somebody said, what if Marquette makes the Final Four? And so I'm like,
Frank, how are you today?
Okay, there he is.
Now you're out. Now you're out.
Well, it's awfully hard to turn your back completely on the NFL. It's such a huge part of our culture.
You've turned your back on professional wrestling.
Not that big a part of our culture.
I'm not going to speak for Stan. That's something that Stan needs to do.
He can barely speak himself, so you're going to have to talk for him.
Morning, Frank. How you doing, Frank? Good to see you. Jed Clampett over here running a billionaire team.
My kids have been influenced enough to, quote, like the Chiefs, but there is and never will be any Chiefs gear in my house, and there will be no hedging on that. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. Little Beer Cat says, and his father was just very critical of Jackson, but this is Little Beer Cats now, Martin. We have generations now listening to the show. I stand with Jackson. Those aren't my kids anymore. The yard might be too nice. I think I'll just drop them off somewhere in Fenton. Doug, that's a great text.
Okay.
Set them free.
He doesn't want them to damage his grass.
And listen, I'm talking as a guy without kids, so take everything I say with a grain of salt.
And a number of people are pointing that out.
I get it. Yeah, I know. Because nobody talks about whatever.
Is that the first descendant of a texture? I mean, there's no Lil Boozy. Is there Lil Fuelsy?
I don't think so.
Not that we know of. Doug played Indian ball with, Native American ball with Crestwood Coyotes'
Yeah,
dad.
no, we called it Indian ball. One infielder, one outfielder.
Guardian ball.
And what were your tools of ignorance? Did you use a tennis ball and a cork ball bat?
Baseball.
Oh, baseball. Nice.
Baseball bat. Yeah.
St. Gabriel Schoolyard, we were going cork ball bat with a tennis ball.
Oh,
And
I
it was
love
just
that.
the greatest.
And if you put it on the roof of the school, you went yard, but then you didn't have the ball anymore.
Silly question.
Greatest.
How's a cork ball bat differ from a baseball bat?
Cork ball is
really
really
thin.
skinny.
Got it.
Almost like a broom handle.
Got it.
I don't know what to make of this text, but I am going to read it and see if we can interpret it.
Okay.
You can text in 314-399-9646, and they're coming in fast and furious. My daughter-in-law is a cheating cheerleader, and I dog her all the time. That's from the 636.
He dogs her. Now, what does that exactly mean?
My daughter-in-law is a cheating cheerleader, and I dog her all the time.
I'm going to guess autocorrect from Chiefs.
Got it. Because I thought he probably needs to have a conversation with his son about the situation more so than just making fun of the fact that his daughter-in-law is cheating on his son. I don't want to step into people's relationships because that can get into kink shaming, and that's something this show...
I do it.
No, well, no, we do not. Yeah, I'm going to guess autocorrect's the Chiefs. Like I said, I don't have kids, so like my whole statement, take it with a grain of salt, but that's how I feel. Maybe my mind will change, Could be a fluid situation. However, that's how I feel.
But if you have a chance to be a cheerleader for an NFL team, you do it, right?
Absolutely.
Whether you're upset that the Rams moved or not.
That's a different story. Everyone's got to eat.
Tim, that was called fuzzball. Thanks. That's from producer Joe's Askab.
Yes.
You better believe it was called fuzzball, and we played it about 150 times a year at the St. Gabriel Schoolyard, and it was the greatest fuzzball.
Really good for your hitting if you're swinging a full-size bat. Really bad for your arm to make that throwing motion with a ball that didn't weigh anything.
The guys who had good arms and were playing games that night would not pitch, but me as a second baseman who had Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch disease, they could throw me out there anytime.
Did you ever throw the actual cork ball, those little
Never
cork?
did that.
Really?
Never did that. All tennis
They're kind of
balls.
hard to find, and they're hard to hit. It's a small little, it looks like a mini baseball, Jackson, an actual cork ball.
Got it.
Screw the Chiefs and screw you, Doug. Hey, Tim. That's from the Sad Panda. Okay. I don't know why he's mad at Doug. More mad at Jackson right now.
I think because I said if someone has a chance to be a Chiefs cheerleader, you probably go ahead and take that opportunity, even though you're mad at the Rams.
But I'm with you on that one. Listeners might not be, Doug, but I'm with you.
Yo, what's that daughter's Instagram handle who's a Chiefs cheerleader? That's from Mario, and he's traveling to New York. He's from the south side of St. Louis, but he currently lives in Charlotte.
Sure,
He used to live in Kansas City and Chicago.
Okay.
And he's at war with the Henschel family. There's a lot going on. A lot of dynamics, Martin, I know. I think you get to that in Season 8.
Season 8. I'm looking forward to that. I've heard good things.
The NFL is a lying, thieving cartel! From the 314.
Well, that can be true. Nonetheless, if your daughter or your sister wanted to be an NFL cheerleader and she got the chance to do that, you wouldn't.
What about your son? Why has it got to be a daughter?
I guess it could be if he's transitioning.
Well, no, just why can't the fellas get out there and do it?
Well, because we prefer to see girls. I think most people would.
Girls can join the Boy Scouts. Can boys join the Girl Scouts?
Come here, big fella.
So. Probably so now.
I like when Frank appears.
I don't think they even call them the Boy and Girl Scouts anymore. I think it's just scouting.
Scouting?
Yeah. Is that right? I think so.
But girls can join the Boy Scouts, but I don't know if boys can join the Girl Scouts.
Or would want to.
Well, what if it's just a big fat kid and I want the cookies? And he joins the Girl Scouts.
I like cookies.
How about that? How'd you have that ready to go?
That was
Stedman-esque.
Sometimes you just fall into it.
That was
Can I have some more
Stedman-esque.
Frank?
Yeah.
Sprinkling a little Frank.
I've got
here.
like 10 boxes of Girl Scout cookies at home that we just bought.
What do you go with,
I don't
those
know what-
Thin Mints? You like those Thin Mints?
I like the sourdough. What's that called?
Sourdough?
The trefoils? Not the sourdough.
Shortbread.
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 Yeah. Trefoils. Yeah. But I can't eat them because once I start, I'll eat the whole sleeve. I need to bring them in here.
Did you look at the back of the
feel
box?
good about yourself.
You look at the back of the box?
No.
For the nutrition information?
I know.
Is this
I know
Lexington
it's-
Steel?
I know it's not going to be good. So I just try not to eat them. But if a little girl
Shrubs.
comes to your door selling cookies, you have to buy them.
Well, that's why you don't answer the door.
You have to.
That's
I've
that you
got to
take
answer
care
the
of
door.
There's
For a 9-year-old girl out there selling cookies, yes, I'll buy some.
the mailbox, 0 upside. The door opening, 0 upside. Easy analytic. Don't go to the mailbox. Don't go to the door
But what if it
opening.
was your daughter who's been told she has to sell cookies? You
I'm able to separate emotion from business, and I side with business damn near every
Yeah,
time.
I like to support, like my nieces are in it and I'll buy them. They're kind of charging. You know, it's like a small box of cookies.
So you feel like they're upcharging you?
Yeah.
Because they know you're a mork?
Yeah, I feel like
You're going to say no to a little girl?
No, I buy them.
Family?
I buy them.
What's loyal to the soil, but not the family.
I buy them. I take my hard-earned cash and I buy them. But honestly, for the cookie to the dollar ratio, I feel like I'm getting a little screwed.
What do you buy? What's a box? $8?
It's like something like that. It's not the greatest buy in the world, but you're doing it for the kids.
I know, and I do it. But I can also have a thought.
You
know, just because it's for the Girl Scouts, I don't have to be like walk in line and be like, yes, it's the great. It's expensive.
You walk away and you grumble.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's kind of a rip-off.
Larry David would do it. And he's an icon.
Yeah. Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures of his wife, says, of course, Doug, who eats fried chicken without breading and broccoli without butter, like a tiny little wabbit, eats the old lady cookies. Grow up and eat a box of Samoas like a real man. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, not happy with your selection.
I was going to point out to Jackson, who we roomed with Doug, and we were taught how to eat proper food, healthy food.
Yeah.
Had the, what was it, plain yogurt?
Plain yogurt.
Because there's no added sugar.
No surprise that he chose the cookie that's the plainest cookie.
He was eating like bird seed.
Oh, those are good cookies. You don't like the trefoils?
I do enjoy the show, but I like the Samoa. I'm a big coconut guy.
Because you don't get the cookie combo really anywhere else.
Yeah, it's rare.
Samoa.
I'm smart, not like people say, not dumb. That's from Biscuits with McGravy.
Hello, Fredo. Fredo's like leaning back in his chair, like all the way reclined in that scene. Look at this, like this, Martin. Like all the way back like this. I'm smart.
Not like people say. Your Steve Feldossi has Jamie Rivers and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:50 on the program on Mondays and Fridays. The Colonel joins us. Missouri taking on Oklahoma tonight. I'm going to say Missouri is a 5-point favorite.
Yeah,
Jackson.
I was going to say 5.5 on the road.
Colonel nailed the spread on the Vanderbilt game.
Did.
He said 2.5. You and me were at 5.5, and the Colonel shipped it. James Carlton's got 415 5-star reviews on Google. This one posted by Bob Colburn a month ago. We had hail damage claim that got a little complicated since the home had an addition constructed while the hail damage was being repaired. James did a great job working with us and the State Farm Claims Group to get our compensation and to settle the claim. James also did a very impressive job of helping us adjust the coverages we're carrying to better match our current situation. That saved us money and plugged a couple of gaps in coverage that we had. That's the kind of service you're going to get from James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Doug, the plumber is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he has a question for you, I understand. A plumber, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn on 101 ESPN.
Hey, Dougie. How you doing, buddy?
No, I'm fine, thanks. You?
I'm over here stuck in traffic because out of nowhere there's a bunch of snow, even though we're close to, daylight savings. I didn't know if you had like a Vaughn index on any situation I can get to the job faster. Because McCausland is screwed.
Looks like the Vaughn index right now is right at 33.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, 33. Oh, and I see it's also 33 degrees, so the Vaughn index never takes a day off.
Boy, this thing is amazing.
Yeah, it's accurate. You going to be able to get to work in this horrendous snowstorm, these treacherous conditions?
Well, if we can get somebody to come down on McCausland and fix all these dang potholes and traffic, we can figure this all out.
Yeah, that's a problem, I know. Well, do your best.
As a plumber there, isn't that McCausland, as you're out on the road traversing a lot, isn't that McCausland always where things back up?
Oh, my gosh. It's awful. There we go.
What's happening?
Clip that off.
What's happening?
What happened?
People don't know how to drive in St. Louis. They no offense because I'm from St. Louis, but, And then for Jackson, what do you think the odds are of us getting to the championship, bud?
Talking about the Tigers?
Talking about Tigers, baby.
Did you almost have a wreck while you were calling?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
To get to the title, I don't know what the current odds are. Probably what?
To win the national championship, it's like plus 4,000.
Right. To get to the Final Four, plus 1,200?
I don't know if they give those out.
Yeah.
To get to the Final Four, it's plus 1,100.
Okay, so I'd say
you could probably split that.
Plus 2,200.
Okay, so that's probably a good bet to throw at least 100 on them. Get a nice little bird dog top off.
Doug?
Bird dog.
Texture says this is Daddy Padre. Do we think that is?
I'm going to short that market. This is
Yeah,
not Daddy Padre.
Not Daddy Padre.
That was from the KC Grace actual.
Good emailer.
Just 100 on them. Pretty nice little.
All right. Anything else?
He's listening to himself back.
Texture says this is Daddy Padre.
Oh, thanks for calling.
Jackson,
He hung up himself.
Right. Thanks for calling.
He hung up himself.
Listening.
Did this fella just leave that barge guy's house after consuming some morning honey whiskey? That's from the Concord Caulk.
Oh, he's texting in. He says, "Lost you boys. My apologies." And he's listed as a texter named Plumber.
How about that? Okay, Plumber, just take a few shots of Drano for us. Thanks. That's Grimy from South County. Hey there, caller. Did the St. Louis gene pull a favor and yank the wheel as hard as you can into oncoming traffic?
No.
That's Mario. He's flying into New York, but I think they might be circling JFK because he's got some time to text in critical of the
That's
callers.
bad
this
advice. You're
morning.
going to take someone out with you. We don't want that.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
This guy 100% was adjusting his size 48 pant that were getting a little too tight after hash brown number 3 this morning. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
What would 3 hash browns from McDonald's do right there?
I would be able to enjoy it. I
would
really
too.
would. I
Go
would.
down like a bomb, though, about 5
That's
minutes
what I'm
later.
saying. Right in your processor.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
A credit union is not a bank, and that's a good thing for you. When you're a member at the credit union, you're an owner of that operation. That's one of the big differences. Together Credit Union started in the shadows of Anheuser-Busch. Used to be Eagle Credit Union. Started with all the employees at AB. Now it's expanded all around the St. Louis area. In fact, there are 14 area locations, and right now, great opportunity to sign up for that new checking account that they started called Empower Checking. Together Credit Union launched that in 2025. With Empowered Checking, you earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. Interest paid to you each month. A checking account that's going to reward you for your balances, not activity. You can apply at togethercu.org or stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates, friendly folks over at Together Credit Union. Sign up for Empowered Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility is required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson bailing on the return music. Interesting.
I'm sorry. I went to the bathroom and then came back and was
recreational,
talking.
Doug. Was it a whiz bang?
I was taking a whiz bang when I came back. We were talking and I ran out of time. My apologies.
Okay.
You'll do better.
Do you apologize to the audience, or
that felt, sufficient right there.
So you're not going to be walking outside the studio with your hands behind your back?
I feel like I already have to do that like 3 times for things I've said today and yesterday's email today, so probably good in that
Tim, friend of the show, John Denton, who didn't come on the show but was 10 feet away, and Jackson walked over and talked to him. He did tweet out, X'd out, Cardinals are still awaiting test results on the left knee that Jordan Walker jammed on Tuesday when he stepped on a sprinkler head while tracking a fly ball. I didn't know that it was a sprinkler head.
Yeah, that's what he was looking down on. Because if you do, and I would imagine a healthy percentage, but certainly not the majority of the people in the audience have seen the video. If you look at it, you'd go, that was the play? That can't be the play. But then he looks down, confused. That seems kind of a high-risk thing.
Yeah.
But then I would imagine there's sprinkler heads throughout outfield, but I'm usually thinking that they're more on the outside of the playing field. Than by
That's
that
what got Mickey Mantle, remember? Early in his career.
Yeah. Of course, that was 60 years ago. This ballpark was built 5 years ago, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't think that could possibly be a factor, that they got sprinkler heads that people could trip over or stumble
And again,
over.
he wasn't even running hard. It was would you call it a can of Carn?
I didn't see the play yet.
Houston had a hill in center field for a while and a flagpole for a while.
Yeah.
Doug, next to bracketology, your favorite thing is power rankings, and then next to power rankings, your favorite thing is report cards?
Made up by one writer?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it Jim Bowden or Bowden?
I think it's Bowden.
It is.
He's got kind of the weird hair. Is that the guy?
You talking about me?
No, Jim Bowden is kind of unkempt.
Did you say unkempt or unkempt?
I think it's unkempt.
Yeah, but isn't that a weird word?
It is, yeah.
Unkempt.
I don't care for it. Yeah.
He gives out the grades for organizations. Would you like to guess the grade for teams in Major League Baseball? These are the offseason grades, takeaways, and predictions for all 30 teams. Would you like to get Jim Bowden's grade in The Athletic? Just posted this morning for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
For what they did in the offseason?
Yes.
It would have to be an F.
That's correct. Congratulations.
Okay.
You're dialed in. Do you read the column?
No. But they didn't do anything.
Is that a new report?
Well, that's actually inaccurate. As a matter of fact, we had Michael Hellman on the show. Were you not in that segment?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying they didn't do anything for people that are likely to be on the team.
I just walked into the room and saw him reporting that. I wanted to make sure if it was a new report or an old report.
It's
that
old
is
report.
last year's report, because I'm watching him say, we only went to the hospital yesterday, which we know he did, and the news isn't good, and that's last year's report, not this year's report.
Last year's. Old report. They lost Goldschmidt, they lost Gibson, they lost Lynn, and they added Hellman, who might make the team.
Well, the Twins were about to DFA and the Cardinals were able to get him.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to make the team unless he's at that age where he's the guy who's going to be the 25th or 6th player on the roster, so the younger guys go down to AAA to play.
What do you think Jim Bowden says was the best move?
Which team had the best moves?
No.
The best moves the Cardinals made?
That's right.
Hellman?
So you like the move?
Well, it was the only move they made.
I remember Chris Tuno, the great Chris Tuno from the Cardinals PR staff, said, would you like to have Hellman on the show? That's when we were down there, and Jackson and I were in the clubhouse, and I said, what do you know about him? And he said, I'll go get his bio. And we dug deep there. He was a fun fellow.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Nice fellow.
Jim Bowden writes best move, and then he writes crickets. Under the radar move, and then he wrote ... What helped or hurt their grade? The answer, they did not make a single free agent signing or any trades that moved the meter. They focused on trying to trade Nolan Arenado, and they couldn't even do that. Storyline to watch. How will Arenado fare at the start of the season? When will he get traded, and to whom? Season prediction, last place. But the Central's expected to be different.
Gosh.
You see, the Brewers added Jose Quintana the other day,
that?
And they said it energized the room. Like the fact that they actually wanted to add on brought in a veteran player that might be able to help.
It was a startling lack of activity for a team that announced it was going to do a reset. usually that means doing some things. This was more of a standstill than a reset.
It seems the national pundits are kind of like slowly observing what went on or didn't go on. Like Rosenthal a couple weeks ago, now Jim Bowden. Everybody's like, wait a minute.
Well, there are organizations that you expect to do this kind of crap, and then the Cardinals are not one of those organizations. And I think if you are a baseball media person, you grew up loving the game, and to see the Cardinals in a Pirates-like mode really frustrates lovers of the game of baseball, much less fans in the St. Louis area who grew up as Cardinal fans.
But it doesn't feel like they're all kind of stumbling into it now. Maybe they're just getting to their season previews, and they're kind of looking around at each camp and going, wait a minute. Cardinals didn't do anything. They're all kind of noticing at once, and nothing has happened.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing, Mike? How are you?
What's happening?
No, I just wanted to ask you, that a new report on Wheeler, or is that last year's report?
We already answered that one, okay? It's last year's report on Wheeler. I said it 10 times, so no one got in any way mistook that it was this year's.
You want me to come back? All right, let's go on a Francesa run. We had the Frank run, and we have a Francesa run. What do you got, Jax? Oh, no, under the pressure.
It's going to take a while.
I thought he was. I thought you were in a band.
Come up and meet you.
At Maryland and Florida State, which you've already had this year, you have, let's see what happened. What happened in those Maryland-Florida State games this year? I don't think it was a vintage Maryland year by any stretch, but I could see them. They didn't play once this year? Oh, Maryland. I'm thinking, I'm forgetting Maryland. You know what? I'm forgetting now. I'm forgetting. Okay. You know what? I'm forgetting. You're right. They wouldn't play. So, so the bottom line is,
$4 or $5 million a year.
Do you think we forgot Maryland was in the Big Ten?
I think that's a tight read.
Yes.
I do think that's a tight read.
Yes.
The Cardinals are no longer a baseball organization. They're a private equity firm that hosts 81 corporate events a year. No one across the corporation is held accountable for any failures. They will lose 90 games minimum. So there you go. Do you view them as a
I like that description.
That's from the life coach. Tip of the cap.
Okay.
Can't wait till a little life coach starts writing in.
Well, and now they may have lost Walker for a period of time, too. So
the Cardinals to win the World Series, Doug, if you want to throw 100 on that, plus 13,000. There are only 6 teams with lower odds to win the World Series. Those teams are the A's, Angels, Nationals, White Sox, Rockies, and Marlins. The National League Central, the Cubs are plus 105 to win the National League Central. The Cardinals have the longest odds, plus 900.
I'm betting on Jason Stark to be the next columnist to kind of weigh in. I'm waiting for all the national guys to kind of roll in and say, what's going on with this club?
$100 to win 13,000, though, that might not be a horrible.
Well, they try to entice you with those long odds.
That might not be a horrible chance to
take.
All
right, let's throw it down.
I mean, I tend to be an optimist where the Cardinals are concerned, so I always think that, boy, this is going to be our year. I don't have quite the optimism I've had in the past.
That sounds like a Channel 4 spring training wrap-up. Let's go down to Doug Vaughn, who's with the team in St. Petersburg. Let's go down to Doug Vaughn in Jupiter. Well, I got a good feeling about this squad.
They're throwing free and easy. Many of them reported in the best shape of their lives. I just hate to go into a season thinking, oh, we got no chance. I don't like the team. I just hate that. It might be true, but I still hate that feeling.
Player to hit the most home runs in Major League Baseball. Who do you think the favorite is?
Judge.
That is correct. I would have thought more would say Ohtani, actually, but it's Judge. He's plus 300. Ohtani is plus 500. Which Cardinal do you think has the best odds?
To hit home runs?
To lead Major League Baseball in home runs.
Arenado.
That's correct. And if you want to put $100 on that, as you're an optimist, you'll get paid $15,000 if Nolan Arenado leads Major League Baseball in home runs.
Well, I don't think that's
0% chance of that. Yeah. But it's kind of enticing.
I think you are at the right number on that one. As far as prop bets go. Player to have the most hits in Major League Baseball this year.
Did you say hits, Tim?
This is when Doug buys time, Martin, just so you know. If you
have killer music, Jackie.
I may not have heard you correctly.
Are these American hits?
I think you're going. These are American hits, and this takes each row out. I don't know if you're going to get this one.
There's how about Bobby Witt?
That's a good guess. He's second, plus 700.
Okay.
Mookie.
Arias always gets a bunch of hits.
That's the win.
Okay.
Nicely done. Plus 500. Yeah, that's kind of a sneaker one. But yes, boy, that guy gets some hits. Just not a lot of power numbers. Yeah, the player to get the most saves in Major League Baseball. How about
What
that?
did you say? I didn't. Did you say?
Oh, sure, no problem. Player to get the most saves in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
Dreamweaver?
No.
How about? You guessed Luke Weaver. Was that your guess?
Yeah.
That's who I was going to. You said
He is
Dreamweaver.
not the
Confused me.
closer, so that's going to make
Well,
it.
he was at the end of last year.
No, that's fine. I had hair at the end of 2001.
The question was, I think, although I'm not sure,
Are
who's
you
going to be
picking up the read on the
saves
delay
leader?
tactic?
Probably not Helsley again.
This would be the one where the Cardinals could have the lead.
I would you think Mason Miller, but he plays for a kind of a.
The guy at Cleveland's good.
Clase. He'd be on the. He'd be up there.
The winner has not been named yet.
Who's the Dodgers closer now?
Darnell Coles.
That's correct.
Will Devin Williams close in New York?
He is plus 1,000 to lead the league in saves, Martin. But there are 4 players listed ahead of him, 2 of whom have not been named.
Initials, please.
Missouri third down music.
Oh yeah, our guy in Timmy Tipton.
Edwin
Timmy
Diaz.
Tipton.
No, what's the music? Is
Timmy Trumpet.
Timmy Trumpet.
But his
I
last
love
name
that.
is Tipton.
Edwin Diaz Tipton.
Yes, Edwin Diaz.
Yeah, I love when he comes
He
in.
was not great last year, though.
He's plus 500. Helsley's plus 600. And that's
that.
pretty much where it starts and stops with the Cardinals with the possibility to lead a category. They're going to have some guys attempt to steal bases, but Ellie De La Cruz is the heavy favorite to lead the league in stolen bases.
Yeah, I would think.
He's plus 130. And I think you're only up against him getting injured. Otherwise, that's about as 5-star of a play as it can get.
You know, Ohtani stole 59 bases last year with all the home runs he's
He's
hitting.
plus 1,700 for the record.
59
That is
stolen bases.
10th overall
50-50 club,
in
first
Major League Baseball. Guys who will have more hits this year for the Cardinals, Jordan Walker, or the honky tonk man, Adam Wainwright. That's from the Taint Slap. So I guess he's handicapping whether or not Adam Wainwright will have a couple of hits, and then if Jordan Walker will also have a couple of them.
Oh, come on.
You know, it's a very good question.
It isn't a good question. You wonder how he got his name.
Taint Slap?
Yeah.
Taint Slap, you'll have to call in and talk it over with Chairman Kurt. 314-974-0101. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. The number to call, Mark, and you're going to feel better after you talk to him. And that is something that I can tell you is a wonderful trait for somebody to have, especially in the financial industry. The number is 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. It's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and he is somebody our audience has known now for about 8 years. But if you're new to TMA, you might be saying, okay, what's the story with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies? No problem. I'll be happy to share the story. He started advertising my podcast, then he started advertising on TMA, and then listeners got to know him because he would come in, because he was sponsored the Jeremy Rutherford segment, and they go, this guy's a good guy. And on top of that, he has a mindset that certainly encourages saving and investing, but also balancing that with living your life and enjoying yourself. He has a really healthy life perspective, which is why Doug describes him as a life Sherpa. He is online at evergreenstl.com, 314-889-0503. Learn more about Evergreen Wealth Strategies at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Doug, you wanted to hear from your Mount Rushmore of callers. Chairman Steve is on there.
Oh, good.
And he's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Okay.
Chairman Steve, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN. There it is, and you love the enthusiasm.
Okay, hello, Steve.
How you doing today?
Oh, gosh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing great. I'm just got through some traffic. Now it's free and easy down 55.
Nice.
What do you
A lot
think,
of traffic reports today on
Yeah,
the
we
show.
are getting those. The plumber gave us one, Martin, on McCausland. You're on 55?
Yes, I'm headed to Arnold and then Fenton.
All right.
What are you going to do down there?
I love my friends in Jefferson County. The only thing is, if you see a housing design trend make it to Jefferson County, it's over for that housing design trend. So if you just think about that, if you go to a display in Jefferson County, you see some of the decorating that's going on there, don't do it because it's over.
So you're saying that the trend reaches at its tail end Jefferson County, whereas say it starts in South Florida or Southern California, and then it gets to the Midwest, and Jefferson County is where it dies.
They grab it in Clayton and Ladue, and then it spreads out through St. Louis. Well, Clayton, Ladue, and then some of the gay communities, they've got a decorating touch, and I mean the male homosexuals, not the female homosexuals.
No, for heaven's sake.
What a thorough, vivid breakdown.
Yeah.
So you said the gate community.
Can you hear me good?
What?
No, never mind.
Sorry.
Never mind.
I thought you said the gate community, like gated community. Okay.
Homosexual community.
Okay.
I mean, they're very good at decorating. They have dual income, no kids most times.
Yeah, that helps.
So, that always helps.
It does.
Always helps.
So these are tips for homeowners you're giving. I've got a land
Yeah, I'm an appraiser. I've been in thousands of homes, Marty. Thousands.
Okay, no, I was just clarifying that you called in with designing tips, right? Decorating.
That wasn't the crux of the call, but
okay, let's get to the crux.
That was part of it. Well, I mean, I did have a question. You guys mentioned Luke Weaver when what's his name is asking Matheny about good pitch by Luke today. That drop, is that Luke Weaver?
Yeah,
can I hear that drop, Jackson? Is that too much of an ask? You got it. All right, here we go, Chairman.
Mike, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke. Yeah, he's talking about Luke Weaver.
Unless the void went deep.
Isn't that ironic?
Sure
That's
is.
crazy.
Yeah.
To think he came up when Matheny was a manager. That seems like eons ago.
And they traded him for Goldschmidt.
Yes, that's right. Was he?
Carson Carson Kelly in that package, right?
As a closer too, but I do need to comment too on a couple other things. So this is the guy who called in and celebrates his birthday weekend. What is wrong? What? And then Martin's friend Dan didn't even know who Wayne Gretzky was.
That's true.
What are we raising around here? I mean, come on. I mean, this is the end of society.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's going downhill, and part of it, I feel partially responsible for allowing my wife to do a majority of the raising of the kids, you know, in a way, because they've really, you know, P word, these boys, and you know, birthday weekends, not like my wife saw Gretzky when we were at Grove 23 playing golf, humble brag, and she didn't recognize him either. So Dan's got something in common with my wife.
In defense of Dan Charles, the great Dan Charles, he grew up in Springfield, Missouri, so I can distance him from being a St. Louis guy by birth.
They don't get TV and hockey in Springfield? Yeah, come on.
Like Jackson's household, no hockey.
He's everywhere. Well, he knows who Wayne Gretzky is, right, Jackson?
The great one, 99.
How about that, Doug? How about that? What a moment.
Very nice.
Knowledge.
Yes, that's great. That's great. No, Jackson will change his tune when he has kids. I mean, he'll soften a little bit. I do like his approach there with throwing the kid out if he likes the Chiefs or something like that, but it usually doesn't work. But
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Sure, I sure do. I absolutely know what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How long is this drive down 55?
Well, I'm in. I had to make a stop here in the 125 and take a picture, kind of over near Lime, and then headed to Arnold. I probably got another 20 minutes. But you guys probably got to go to break because that's what we do now with this show.
Oh, God.
Doug! Wow.
Stop taking shots at our advertiser.
Ruin me.
Hey, listen, Doug. It's taken me a while to get used to it. I had to back off for a while because the changes annoy me because I like the solid hour of you guys. You know, it's nothing against. You know, you got to do what you got to do.
Okay.
I mean, you work for this company, so they tell you what to do. I get it, but it doesn't mean I have to like it.
No.
Plus, I
It's been here a while.
paid so much damn money for all these streaming services to avoid commercials, and then I have to listen to commercials every morning. It annoys me.
Could not be any sorrier.
speaking my mind. And, hey, Martin, it's my last year down at the apartment there. If you want to come by on opening day,
okay,
you know,
Not that, Martin.
and hang out, you'll be doing live shots.
You got a balcony with a view?
He does. He takes pictures
yeah.
quite often and sends them in.
All
you know,
right.
we're doing the show down there, Chairman Steve, from 7 to 11 on opening day.
I'll come by and see you. Are
Yeah,
you going to be
Ballpark
down
Village.
at Salt and Smoke?
I don't know which location. Where are we going to
We're
be?
in BPV Brew House, I think. I've seen the setup before.
Brew House. Oh, yeah. I know that is. Hopefully it'll be a nice day. We have had the crappiest days every time. And it looks like the weather's kind of shaping up next week. So hopefully it'll be a nice one. Another thing on these live shots, Martin, I don't think you do it, but can you tell some of the numbnuts around the place that when they're going to you on a live shot and you know they're coming to you, don't start shaking your head yes when they're talking. It annoys the hell out of me.
Oh, does it?
Do you do that, Martin?
I would say I've been probably guilty of that a time or two. I remember Mike Bush would always just be looking down, and he does in the studio. You look down, and then you look up. And I'm like, what were you looking at down there? What's down there? I do the head nod because I feel like if you're just sitting there, you kind of look like a dope if you don't move at all.
Yeah.
I'm in the news, sweetheart.
All right.
That's a chuckle.
I'll allow it. Also, I was down at I went to the Mayor's Ball Friday night and then the parade on Saturday, and your Fox 2 traffic gal was at the Mayor's Ball. Hubba hubba, Martin. What do you think?
Who the traffic
would you like
gal?
to end your career?
Who is the guy who would like to end your career? I have to think about who the traffic gal is.
Melissa.
Well, we've been here a while.
She's something. I like her. But the only way to go to that parade is to get into the corporate tents, and then you're on the east side of the parade, and all the yahoos, you know, on the other side of Broadway can't get over there. They had a live band.
Jackson, would you go to Mardi Gras if you could do a corporate tent? Because it sounds like you're not high on Mardi Gras. That's my read.
What I would really want is like a helicopter escort to bring me in and out so that I could go and hang out. I'd hang out just in the middle of the street.
But
if
it's
I
the
could.
traffic and the driving after imbibing.
Yeah, it's like you've been drinking all day. You're just beer drunk as all get out. And now you have to walk a mile to get an Uber.
Well, they have a shuttle that goes from the trolley takes you from the Park Village.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a Titanic situation where women and children go first, the heavies go first, and something like that.
The heavies.
So you're saying I lost like 10 pounds.
Not you, Chairman.
You could lose another 10.
Okay.
And I love Steve, but I kind of think maybe the brakes are underrated at this point.
Oh, Martin.
Oh, I know. I love you, Steve.
Line, Martin. I'm sure they're getting after me.
I love you.
Well, you know,
Not invited to my
but
apartment.
you're a longtime listener of the program, so you know that's the nature of the beast. You have some people who love it. You have some people who hate it, and that's just kind of the nature of this particular program.
I love them all. But I'm excited for this March Madness coming up. I'm excited for the baseball season, even though it's going to suck, probably. But
kind of what Mo said. I'm excited.
We got the Savannah Bananas coming. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I got tickets for that.
Okay.
You going to that, Doug?
No, I don't have tickets. You had to sign up for the lottery system, right, to get them?
If you buy the all-inclusive, you get around it. Then you didn't have to go in the lottery.
Well, what did that cost?
Not too much. You don't want to know, Doug.
No, well, I do want to know. That's why I asked.
That was a lot of money. I'm in the 703 Club for that thing.
So what, $100 or more?
Wow. Up.
$200.
That's the only way they're going to make money. They got to pay this Arenado salary now that they can't unload him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him. Come on.
Chairman, always wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much for
coming. Guys.
There
Have
he
a
is.
good day.
All right,
That's
Steve.
Chairman Steve Doug. He is en route to Arnold to appraise homes, and he wants people to know if the trend has just started in Arnold, that means it's died everywhere else.
Well, surprised he has to show up. You just get a couple of the comps in the neighborhood, and you split the difference, and that's what your house is worth.
That's a serious charge on the appraising industry.
I know he's the chairman, and I love all the callers. I just kind of felt like we were sitting in the nursing home lobby.
Oh, wow.
just talk. I mean, it's a lot of storytelling. A lot of just, so anyway, how are you doing?
I like a stream of consciousness call.
Okay.
Kind of clear the deck.
Lil Beercat says that's my idol.
Stephen Wildwood.
Wow.
Pull off the road, climb the Arnold Water Tower, and then jump to your death. That is from the sick man. No, period, more, period, Steve, period.
Oh, come on.
That is from Dewey Oxberger. Little Beer Cat's echoing his father's text. Steve is the best. See you on opening day, Steve. I'll do my best to bring a young lass for your enjoyment. How about that? Beer Cats is bringing ladies over.
Like his tribute?
Yeah, like a tribute, it sounds like. Cut this Nimrod off.
Hey.
Some Pele Blanco. I'm surprised that Arbor Day is not a Chairman Steve fan. Arbor Day wanted Steve to be on as well. I can't find his text, though. Doug, they're coming in so fast and so furious here in this Air Comfort Service text line. But Arbor Day wanted him off.
With a leap from the Arnold Water Tower, would that do it?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Okay. I don't know how tall it is.
It's probably...
You've never seen the Arnold Water Tower?
I've seen it. I just...
I get it. Ladue doesn't travel that
yeah, Ladue doesn't go on 55.
No,
Unless it's going north to Chicago.
Yeah, it might be 100 feet or more.
Okay, yeah, that'd probably do it.
Take one of those bananas from Savannah, choke on it, and never call in again. That's some little Tommy Tribben.
It's 194 feet tall.
Oh, almost 200.
And miscolored, but that's another story.
Hey, Steve, can me and wifey swing through on opening day? She's a queen and deserves to be treated as such. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures of his wife into our Air Comfort Service text inbox. Doug is skeptical as to whether or not they are really his wife, though.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not at all.
You can get involved on the program as well. YouTube chat is youtube.com/TMASTL. That is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. And then email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, if you're dealing with focus issues or mental clarity issues, those are symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. Most insurance is accepted, making an accessible option for you. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That is Mentality. It's 9:20 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Jackson playing Rick Astley. Your thoughts on Lainey Wilson?
Probably not for me. But I'm just not I'm not a country music kind of guy.
You don't like real America, do you?
That's not true. I like folk music, which I'd say
Peter, Paul, and Mary?
Yeah. Joan Baez?
Yeah, sure. I like folk music, which I think is kind of similar to country.
Cat Stevens?
Not a lot of Cat Stevens.
I like
I feel like that was. Isn't that yacht rock, Cat Stevens?
Some of it would be. Some of it would be.
Who likes folk music?
Jackson Burkett.
A lot of people like
who
folk
else?
music.
Name 2 other people.
My mom and dad.
Okay.
Does that count? People like folk. And if folk is kind of like Noah Khan, who's super popular. I would say he's more folk music than country music. Text in.
Noah Khan.
A lot of country music today sounds like pop music from 40 years ago. Like the John Denvers and people like that. They'd probably be considered country today.
George Strait.
I think he's always been pretty much hardcore country, but people didn't think of
George
John
Strait as a folk?
No,
country.
Oh,
country.
Oh, okay,
well, but
yeah.
Doug said that was pop from like 40 years ago.
I mean, George Strait's the king.
Yeah.
All of his exes live in
I'm
Texas.
saying somebody like John Denver, who was enormously popular in the 70s, would probably be considered country today.
Yeah.
And you're saying then it was pop?
Yes.
Okay. Mainstream.
But wasn't he winning like country music awards?
I don't know who won the
about it.
awards back then.
Never Gonna Give You Up. How many views on YouTube?
Oh, that might be in the B's.
It is in the B's.
Yeah.
Is it really?
I'll go 2.8 B.
1.5 billion views for Never Gonna Give You Up. The Rick Roll is the internet meme, and they said it was usually used as a hyperlink, and it would kind of trick you. You would click on something, and it would immediately divert to
The other
Rick
option
Astley.
was the people out there know what the other thing is that you would click on something like that.
What?
Talking about the guy on the bed?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say
There's
that.
a gentleman
Speaking in codes.
Gentleman on a bed.
Doug, there's a gentleman.
He's got three legs, Doug.
There's a gentleman on a bed.
Oh.
It's a tripod situation.
Okay.
I'm reading the Wikipedia that says nothing about that.
Well, it's not a Rickroll thing, but it's similar.
Oh.
Doug, why the codes?
I don't know. I don't get it.
Someone clicks on a seemingly unrelated link. The site with the music video loads instead of what was expected. And then you got Rickrolled.
Okay.
Right?
The Hawks was off on that
I don't
one.
believe I've ever been Rickrolled.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood, who experienced a lot of pushback on his phone call in this Air Comfort Service text inbox, has tried to win people back over by sending in a picture of his drive down 55 and the Arnold Water Tower. And he also says the lines have been blurred for these musical genres.
Yeah, I think that's true. Because pop is just popular, right? That's not like a style of music. It's just what's popular. Am I wrong?
It's probably top 40 music.
Right.
I would
So
think.
that's not like a genre.
I guess anything could be top 40.
Right.
Doug, Lainey Wilson just isn't the same since Ozempic got her. That's from Carlos Spicy Winner, and he's going into the TMA Hall of Fame, which is located in Shrewsbury.
What, now she's in shape? That's a bad thing?
Carlos Spicy.
How do you feel about your feet?
Well, I just had some work done on my arthritis.
Oh, that's hot. Everybody loves arthritis and sciatica.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Pal. Noah Khan is definitely folk and makes great music on top of guys like Mumford & Sons, who you could call folk. Thanks,
Yes.
it's Little Beer Cats.
Yes.
Oh, see, I like Mumford & Sons, but I don't consider that
That's not folk. There's a banjo. If there's
The
a
banjo is what it takes.
Or is that bluegrass-ish?
And bluegrass is kind of folk.
Do you like Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
It's my favorite movie ever.
Favorite movie ever?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It's my favorite.
gosh.
I've said this before. It's my favorite.
I just threw a dart and I hit.
It's my favorite movie ever.
Ever?
Ever. Capital E.
Capital E, Martin.
Favorite movie
Suck
ever.
it. All right.
Yeah.
Why do you enjoy the film? I haven't seen it. Now I feel like I got to see it. If goodOrbad.com calls it the greatest movie of all time.
Well, it's an incredible kind of allegory for the Odyssey.
I'm an educated man. Went to the university, high school. I have no idea what that means.
An allegory?
It's like a metaphor. It's like it's a play on Homer's Odyssey, Chris Nolan's actually doing Homer's Odyssey in a big way in 2 years.
He did the Oppenheimer?
Yes. And Dark
But you
Knight.
don't like his work.
I do like Chris Nolan's work a lot. But Oh Brother Art Thou, it's like a family.
The opposite of Tim starred the opposite.
Yeah, I do love
I
Nolan.
thought you critiqued him heavily. I'm mistaken.
No, I love Nolan.
Okay.
But Oh Brother Art Thou is like a family movie. Like my whole family loves it, and it's like we kind of just speak in lines from that movie. Not to mention George Clooney is just a delight.
Clip that off.
Bernthal, or not Bernthal, Turturro.
Well, unfortunately, some people disagree, including Manupol Eligible, who says he just divested all funds from goodorbad.com. So that is moving money this morning in the markets.
It's my favorite movie. It's not. I'm not saying it's the best movie ever.
It's your favorite movie.
It is my favorite.
Just a little kitschy?
In what way?
Just a little kitschy?
I disagree. I think it's great. I'm a Dapper Dan man.
Ozempic doesn't make people in shape. It makes them look sickly skinny because it eats their muscle away with the fat. That's from the 314.
That's just not true. It may not get you in shape, but it doesn't make you look sickly skinny. It helps people lose a lot of weight.
It just suppresses your appetite really hard, right?
I believe
Isn't that
so.
kind of the thing?
I think so,
Okay.
yeah.
Black coffee will also do that.
Well, so will smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you ought to do it.
Snorting that horse, eh?
Yeah, these are all alternative methods.
We're just outlining how to be a supermodel.
They would call
what
that
do you want to do? You want
a
to smoke
dirty
cigarettes?
cut. Yeah, the dirty cut.
Drink some Diet Coke.
Good morning. When the leaves start changing in the fall around here, the St. Charles folk toss on a flannel, pretend they're in Yellowstone, and binge drink bourbon and IPAs. Thanks. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Is that correct?
I don't know.
Have like a driveway party?
A bonfire.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
I do too. I think that's good stuff.
George Clooney sucks. It's from the 816.
Horrible take. Horrible take.
I stand with Jackie.
Horrible take. I'm not a big fan of him as a director, but as an actor, he is as good as it gets. Which, of course, was a Jack Nicholson.
Burn After Reading, kind of underrated.
So good. He's hilarious.
There, Jackson's made it on the record. Oh, brother, we're out there. I didn't know that. I don't know how I didn't know that.
Tim stumbled away from his seat.
Yeah,
I thought you'd been shot.
Stunned by it.
Yeah,
I was
it's
stunned by
always
it. Not
kind of-
and I have no opinion on it because I haven't seen the movie.
Sure.
But I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think I have my top 5 list right here. Favorites. My top 5.
Are you carry it around?
I have a Letterboxd account, and I do exactly this. My favorites. That is right here. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? Number 2 is Godfather. I consider Godfather 1 and 2... I kind of cheat.
Do you include Godfather 3 then?
I do not, although it's better than people say.
You consider it cheating?
No, I'm cheating by putting 1 and 2 together. Oh, because I don't want to hammer my top 5 with 2 Godfather.
No,
movies.
you certainly wouldn't.
Do the Right Thing is number 3.
Doug, that's a Spike Lee joint.
Yeah,
Okay.
Pulp Fiction's 4 and Boogie Nights is 5.
Really like the Boogie Nights play.
Those are my 5
Godfather play.
Those are my 5
That's what I'm
favorites.
saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, brother,
I
Where
like
Art
how you
Thou
just had
one?
those handy.
Yeah, I have a
He
Letterboxd.
carries a list like a crib sheet.
I have my Letterboxd account.
Why? You said that. I just am surprised that you carry it around.
Sorry.
I'm not mad.
I am. I'm happy. Go Blues.
Wait, Timothy hasn't seen Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That stops the show for the 7-3. I have not, but now I feel like I got to see it.
It's really great. I mean, it's got a rock solid cast. It's Coen Brothers. I guess some people don't love it, but I think it's great.
Doug, is George Clooney hung? Thanks, that's in the total pack.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Probably the
Listeners
best.
come to you for information. You're kind of not.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I'm new here, but what is with the texture? No matter who we mention, John Denver, somebody's a huge dong. I'm like, can we just have a normal conversation?
Is that something that he was well known for?
Somebody texted that. I don't know.
Like
What's
the Milton
wrong?
Berle. I mean, to his credit, he got that thing going, you know? It's kind of like Finch did in American Pie. Yeah, Milton Berle pulled it off. It's a great thing to have wandering around.
Bryce Harper's dad is hot.
Martin, that's your opinion.
What was it? I had an earpiece malfunction. I missed my own drop.
Hey, when you have an earpiece malfunction, the way you test it is you say Bryce Harper's father's attractive.
Bryce Harper's dad is hot.
Here it was again.
That's out of context.
Doug,
Oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all.
I just got franked. That's not fair.
Podcast the program via the Schaefer Door podcast. It is Schaefer Door at SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. And on Mondays, if your garage door breaks over the weekend, they set aside windows of time on Monday morning to make sure they get out and get to those garage doors that broke over the week. And they also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEF, door.com, or call, text a number they set up specifically for TMA listeners. That's 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. In the Lakers' 136-115 victory over the Pelicans yesterday, LeBron James becomes the first player to 50,000 points. I'm pouring honey on you, GOAT. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, Noah Khan?
Yeah, I don't know who it is. Is that right?
A little folk music for you.
This is folk?
This is not folk music.
This is Noah Khan.
Did you enjoy his duet with Casey Musgraves?
I don't think I heard it.
Call You Back? Is that right? Call You Back?
That sounds right. They call this alternative on Apple Music.
Is this in a movie? This song feels like it's in a movie.
It might be in the future. It just came out last year, 2 years ago. With the great Hoser. Wonderful Irishman.
That's redundant. TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna sponsors the 9 o'clock hour, and Design Air sponsors the email of the day. Can't wait for this one. After the controversy surrounding Buck Swope losing yesterday, his lack of happiness with the outcome, feeling like he had $20 is taken out of his pocket, Jackson volunteering to send him $20 to make up for it. And Buck Swope will probably get a chance to respond today at about 10:50 for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jamie Rivers will join us on the Stiefel dossier. Now, this is interesting. When I look at the email today's standings, Kermit the Bong has a win. I thought JV golf coach won, but now on the standings it says Buck Swope won yesterday.
Well, he was raising.
You can't be serious.
He was raising. I thought we agreed that Buck Swope retroactively got the win. I thought we went to.
Who agreed to that?
We went to VAR and he was offside.
Retroactively.
No one agreed to that.
So, do you want to reward the win to JV golf coach? I'm trying to do this democratically.
You can't take it away from him.
We might need to bring in Dominion to run this stuff.
Okay, so JV golf coach gets the win yesterday, not Buck Swope?
You know, in the Missouri-Vanderbilt game on Saturday night, Doug, which Jackson still was emotionally recovering from, there was a clear missed call that went against the Tigers. I think it was one of those dramatic referee, I'm going to call the charge thing, where they really oversell it because they don't know, but they got to do the overselling thing that you're taught when you start officiating. Yes.
Flop sign.
And about a minute and a half of gameplay later, a Vanderbilt player was charged with turning the ball over, and Missouri got the ball back. And I thought to myself, okay. Make-up call.
Yeah.
And that's the way that the game is played, and it's kind of understood. And if you're looking at it in a vacuum and go, wow, that was ridiculous. I just saw a turning the ball over call for the first time since 5th grade at St. Raphael's. But it was a make-up call. And so I wonder today if Jackson's going to be more apt to vote for Buck Swope as a make-up call as opposed to retroactively changing these Design Air Heating and Cooling email today standings, which are actually audited by the government.
They are?
Yeah. So you're kind of putting yourself in a crosshairs.
Stuck by Doge.
And now it's just been changed to JV golf coach. It just got changed because I have the organic dossier brought to you by Stiefel. You guys only have the printout version.
Yes, we do.
Hey, listen, I am the liaison of the program to the dossier. So,
I am the liaison of the program.
You're trying to pull some funny business behind the scenes is what you're trying to do.
I just want peace. And it seemed like giving Buck Swope the win would be the quickest route to peace.
Don't give in to his whining. Oh.
Yeah, well.
Don't give in. So who got hosed?
It depends.
JV golf coach. He was the winner.
Now I gave him the win.
I think I'm going to pour a little gasoline on this fire and just filter him today.
You're going to filter Buck Swope?
I might.
Oh, wow.
You'll have hell coming to your doorstep.
Bring it on, Buck.
Yeah. So Swope texts him to complain about not winning his widow email contest, and the win is overturned? Wow, wow, wow. Big Tough is not happy. Jackson the Cuck is so soft. That's from the Concord Cuck.
I can't win here.
Jackson doesn't take email of the day serious enough, and I'm starting to wonder if he's bought.
By who?
This person says, a la John Heyman. That's from Stephen Time.
You're paid
I'm
for
not calling
by
the WFAN anymore.
By big email. Big email is bought and paid you.
Well, what are you going to do? Oh, I just want to be fair. I voted for. I think if you listen back, like if
Doug, listen back to yesterday's.
If we did a Gallup poll and like let the listeners vote, they would think with me, don't think just stink was the best email. If you're asking who got hosed, that's who I think got hosed.
But yet you gave Buck Swope the win.
Because again,
because
I felt it was the quickest route to peace. But I mean, he made a decent point. I think Doug is the real pivot point here, where he was him and hawing about how good Buck Swope's email was, and then voted for JV golf coach.
Well,
that really threw a wrench into everything.
Give someone else a compliment and not vote for him.
That's true. That's true.
Vladimir Burkett has a stronghold in Emailgrad. That's a new city, Big Don Johnson says, and it's Emailgrad. Oh, my God.
It's all disturbing. It's very disturbing.
It's an unfortunate thing. Hey, John Denton with this update from Jupiter, Florida on Jordan Walker just within the last handful of moments. Ali Marmol confirmed that Walker injured his knee upon stepping on a sprinkler while tracking a fly ball Tuesday, and the club is going to release MRI results later today. Ali Marmol said, quote, he felt a little better this morning, but we are awaiting the actual results on Jordan Walker. He, of course, is not in the Cardinal lineup for today's festivities.
Might want to get rid of the sprinkler also.
Yeah, that's in the ballpark at the Palm Beaches, the Natitude and Astros facility.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree in general. The fact that that's even there and it can cause that. And again, he wasn't running. He just was standing there catching a can of carne.
They have one in most major league parks. It's right behind the pitcher's mound, right? And they lift off a piece of sod, and then there's a water connection that they can make there to bring out the hoses, and then they put the sod back on it. You never even know it's there.
It's like filling a golf hole. That's how it should be done. It should never be exposed.
Well, I
like
picture Billy Finley, the great Bill Finley, and his team down at Busch. I feel like I see them all the time walking around with the hoses. Like, I wonder if they. I'm going to text him and ask what's that common. Bill Finley.
Jordan Walker has 2 more hits than I do this spring. Thanks. That's from Lady Gaga's Meat Suit. So he's not too concerned. Unfortunately, there are a number of people who would fall into that category so far for the Cardinals this spring.
Haven't hit well. They did yesterday. Scored 6 runs in both of their split squad games.
2 Jim Dandies.
So maybe it's starting to come around.
Tra-la.
As Martin said earlier, Victor Scott
Contreras is hitting 455.
There you go.
Vic Scott, 583. Arenado had a couple of RBIs. Here we go.
Yeah.
Pestis may be on to something.
He says between 90 and 95 wins, Martin.
Yeah. That's why that $100 bet to win $13,000 to win it all is looking better all the time.
Doug, as you've oftentimes said, this is a show listened to mainly by people in the medical and legal community.
Yeah.
I'll bet that means he is getting a second opinion on the MRI. Why would they not just release the information if it was a clean MRI? They likely knew the situation yesterday. That's from Long Tom.
Long Tom.
That's correct.
Well, we don't know. I think he's guessing.
It does make you a little nervous that they haven't just said, that's no big deal. The old sprinkler head. Remember Manny Legacy tripping over Sarah Palin's blue carpet?
I was there for that game. Doug, was that against the Kings in October 2008?
Years, I don't know the year.
Manny Legacy all excited to step out on the ice and trips over some carpet laid down for the vice presidential candidate.
Jackson, where's this audio with John Cooper and Jordan Bennington coming from? Is there like a special on the Four Nations? Is like an HBO type thing?
It looked very cinematic from the clip I saw. I bookmarked it on Twitter, or I'm sorry, to Eric in Central West End X.
Apologizing to specifically to individual listeners get their own apology.
And it came from STL Blues Chirp, and where they got the audio from exactly.
Because if there is one of those like inside the NFL kind of shows, I would love to watch it on the Four Nations.
For sure. It doesn't appear like the answer is in front of me.
All right, well, Doug, we'll just hear the audio.
Okay, that's fine.
This is Jackson's Fun with Audio.
All right.
Go ahead, hit the lever, please.
You want to hear it, Doug?
Yeah, go ahead and hit the lever, please.
Yeah, all right.
A big one.
Jordan Bennington, what an unbelievable overtime.
You saved it, kid. You saved it. Big-time players or big-time moments. This is your play.
That's it. That was it.
We talked more about it. Like where it was from?
All he did was say the name.
Fun with Audio. It says what before that John Cooper clip. If you go to the Fun with Audio section of the dossier,
read the dossier. It's brought to you by Stiefel.
If you go into the dossier, what does it say on the John Cooper
What page
audio?
are we on?
But this is for the listeners. It's not for us.
I just want you to read it beforehand.
I can't see it. I can't find it.
Okay, this is going well.
I can't see it. I can't find it.
Dennis Gates, Greg Sankey,
I don't see it yet.
John. Okay, very brief. It says in parentheses.
Jackson just waved to the cameras.
Very brief.
He was like Princess Diana getting off the plane. He just started waving like a little princess.
John Cooper on the ice after the Four Nations, telling Benner, "You saved it. Big time players make big time plays." And I think that was the extent of the entire clip.
It was just kind of a nat sound pop, as we say in the business.
Very brief in parentheses, to your credit, and I would put parentheses, not necessary.
Oh, all right.
The alliance is broken, Chairman Kurt. We stand alone.
That actually might have severed it.
That was it.
That was ice cold.
Was that irreparable?
That was ice cold.
All right. Well, how about something, because the only one listed as very brief was that one. And there is a show on Max. I can't wait to watch that. Mr. Sider's texting that in. Thank you, Mr. Siders. Very critical of Jackson's open club face coming through a 7-iron impact. But what would be the next best of the Fun with Audio? I'm kind of intrigued by the macro dosing pod from Barstool discussing that Moneyball, omitting the pitching element, which when I did that show with Edmonds for a year, we would have, I feel like we might have had Zito on. We definitely had Mulder and Tim Hudson on. And the fact that the film Moneyball, which is a great movie, and I thought it was going to be garbage because I thought the premise was so niche, but I thought the movie was great, but that they don't really acknowledge that the reason the A's were so good at that time were their pitchers.
Yeah, that's exactly what they talk about in this clip.
Isringhausen was a part of that.
Yes, yeah. And to that I say, that if it doesn't help they're trying to tell a story, and if that doesn't really work for the story, you kind of omit it.
You should major in journalism.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is if you want the cold hard truth, you make a documentary. If you want to tell a story, you make a feature film.
I feel like documentaries now are even kind of more in the entertainment vein.
Certainly, but
by the way, I want to say I brought up that Celtic City. Is that what it's called on Max? 9 parts. The first one released this past Monday. That is an outstanding show.
I can't wait to watch it.
That is an outstanding show. It's one episode.
Is it one?
It's going to be 9, but they release one at a time. So from a binge standpoint, it's going to be a bit tilting. It's a long run. I mean, we're going to be in late May by the time it's over, I think.
I much prefer that, though, to...
Is that right? I like to be able to sail in and go.
I like to sit with whatever I just watched for a little bit.
Sit with it, just let it simmer?
Yeah, reflect on it.
Digest it a little bit.
And it excites you to watch when it comes out whenever it comes out.
So you like the White Lotus schedule?
Yeah, I never like on Hulu when they release the Bear episodes all at once. It kind of takes some of the enjoyment. I want to go week by week with it.
Well, if it all came out at once, you could still not watch the second episode until you're good and ready to.
You could sit with it as long as you want it.
Yes.
Yeah, but temptation's a real thing.
Yeah. Think about it.
Okay.
Bill Simmons got a tweet Paul Pierce said shows fire or something like that. I saw Simmons retweeting Paul Pierce.
Yeah, Simmons is involved in the production.
Right, and he was excited because Paul Pierce gave it a vote of approval.
It's just really well done. Like I said, I mean, Doug, you'd enjoy this. You oftentimes talk about the St. Louis Hawks. And I would imagine, 90+% of the audience isn't aware of this, but the St. Louis Hawks were a hell of a team, and they did battle with the Celtics year in, year out, but I think they only got them one time in the finals.
1958.
That was the year, but they went to 7 games, and I think the 7th game in 57 was a double overtime game. I think that was it. So it's famous in Celtics lore. Of course, that predates 95% of the people listening to this. But the St. Louis Hawks were kind of on the precipice, and kind of like I want to know what went on with the 2008 renovations on Highway 40, I-64, and how we still have worse traffic now near the Galleria. I'd like a deep dive on that. I'd like a deep dive on Bill Russell and the St. Louis Hawks. That's what I need to do. So those are 2 deep dives. And then also what Missouri's defense was doing against Auburn in 2013 in the SEC Championship. Other than that, I think I'm pretty good. I watch different Strokes reruns and really high on Ella Reese. That's me. That's who I am.
And I kind of think they're all related. The Bill Russell and the Highway 40.
I don't know.
And the Mizzou deep, stagnant. Nothing changes is kind of the theme, I would say.
Yeah.
God, that Highway 40, it was done, and I said, it's newer, but it's nothing got
got a lovely overpass graphics.
It's still a tough commute.
If you are heading from 40 westbound to even Central West End, much less downtown, you're just going to have traffic. This is westbound. I mean, in between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. And they just renovated the damn thing. I need a deep dive. Buck Swope's talked about it, and Buck Swope, Jackson kowtowed to him with the email of the day. But, I mean, that just shows the power the man has. He saved Tower T. He's going to be able to get a deep dive on that as well. All right, let me hear this audio, Jackson. I do want to hear
I hope this one's better.
Can't be shorter.
No, Moneyball was kind of bull.
Oh, I love that movie.
What? Are you saying the story's kind of bullshit?
The way that...
I messed up.
I heard a cuss word.
How will I explain that to my children? Martin, you'll have to explain it to your children. And I know Doug's
they
children
usually
are in their
podcast
30s now, but they
later.
might need an explanation.
They were brought to their knees.
It was briefer.
It was.
Doug said it can't be more brief than the other one, and it actually ended up.
They end up saying exactly what we talked about, that they just don't mention the pitching. And they also talk about Miguel Tejada.
Pat McAfee says, play the clip.
On the off chance that today is your last day with the show, is there anything you want to say to the audience?
No, I think I've said all I needed to say.
Need some time away?
I dumped it, so we're good. But it was silly. I was thinking to
What
myself,
if my kids were watching on YouTube?
What then?
I'll write a handwritten apology.
Oh, that's not bad. One of them can't read.
Good. My handwriting's awful. Moneyball's my favorite sports movie.
I'm a bad boy, and I'm testing things, screaming in the YouTube chat, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Oh, my gosh! My mother is listening, too! That's from I'm a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
I feel bad for her as much as anyone.
Well, things happen.
She did not have this coming.
Things happen.
289 people were listening to that, and I think they all need handwritten apologies in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Just a
chat.
card. A card would be all right.
Hey, it happens.
A letter and everything.
Writing thank you notes is one of the that's a tough task, man.
It is.
It's a pain in the
Let's not get
ass.
married.
I know. My friends who've gotten married send me the thank you note, and I'm like, you could have skipped me because I know how brutal this is. It sucks.
Just an email would be easier.
Because you do genuinely want to give thanks and tell them, but an email or a call just doesn't suffice. Like a handwritten note really shows that you mean it. But God, does it hurt your wrist?
I hosted an event at the MAC, may have used a few profane words. Carol Buck was in the audience. Joe and Julie's mom.
Yes.
The great Carol Buck. And then the next time I was up there, she was there. And Julie Buck said, my mom wants to know if you'll be swearing again. She was offended. So, of course, I couldn't let it go. And I said, Carol's here. I said, she's very concerned about the kind of words I'll use up here. I said, for God's sakes, your husband was partner with Mike Shannon for all those years. You've heard everything. Which is a little insider jokes.
Nice one, Jackson. You're on a hell of a roll today, champ. That's from Mr. Siders, and he vanquished Jackson in the first round of the Fan Page Club Championship.
Yeah, I remember
last
that.
year.
Yeah.
Couldn't be sorrier.
I don't know how much you mean that.
I don't. I dumped it. What is that?
Steven Time says you might have dumped it, but we all heard it.
That would be inaccurate. That's a paradoxical statement right there.
Paradoxical? Is that a word?
I know, he's trying to throw us off base now.
That's like saying my shoes are red, but my shoes aren't red. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Boy, I am digging in on this one.
Did you take a lot of philosophy at Como?
Nope. I took a class called Intro to Peace Studies, which was similar to that. One of my favorite classes.
There you go. Open the door. Intro to Peace Studies?
Yeah,
what
really
did you,
good class.
Like, what did you study?
It kind of taught critical thinking. Like, you had to do it, and it was graded really difficult. Like, it was a really hard class, but taught me a lot about critical thinking.
Martin, I took a class, I believe it was called the Sociology of War. And you know who was in my class? Anybody would take a guess? I mean, you're going to be firing just a dart, 1,000 to 1.
Initials?
Kelly Thames?
No, I think he's a little older than me.
Derek
Introduction to
Grimm?
War. Douglas MacArthur?
No, he wasn't.
Doug Smith?
George C. Scott?
George C. Scott was not in there. Barry Odom. Sat
nice.
right next to him.
wow.
Fun facts for no and tell. Doug, those are fun facts.
that is a
and they're
good
for
fact.
no
Yeah.
and they're for tell. You can email in your thoughts on, what was kind of an unfortunate segment, and we will all be issuing apologies, and my children will be on a Zoom call with all of us coming up for what they heard on today's show. How will I explain it to them? I don't have an answer.
You can't.
Well,
Just let it go.
luckily, Tim, onboarding today, I was just rolling through this. Haim actually texted the index that he got, and it says how corporate's response to swear words making it out over the air. So this will actually be
that's going to be tended to in
it's
onboarding.
part of my onboarding. So I'll give you an update later, Jackson, as to how you handle that.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. If you're sitting there going, you know what, I'd like to email in, but my teeth aren't right. Well, then you go to 100westdental.com and work with
Wait a
Dr.
minute.
Brandon Pryor.
Wait a minute. Is that a common thought that people have?
If you got a snaggle tooth, you shouldn't be
Oh, okay.
emailing.
Okay, I got it.
Dr. Brandon Pryor, he loves the Volunteers. Missouri and Tennessee might be on a collision course. 100westdental.com. And if you are interested in Invisalign, what a deal they have going. If you talk to them at 100 West Dental and tell them you are a TMA listener, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Understandably so. People separate mentally, I think, dental health from medical health because that's the way insurance is set up, but that is not the way the human body works. Poor dental health can lead to poor health throughout your body. Don't allow that to happen. We know people don't like going to the dentist. Everybody understands that, but you got to get it done to make sure that you are in good health. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Martin is heading out for the day. Chairman Kurt moves up to the dais. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you are in the market for jewelry, I would like to recommend a new sponsor on TMA by the name of Moritz Reusch. And you go, man, how do you spell that? No problem. Don't worry about it. Go to ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. The quality and the value that you are going to get at Moritz Reusch, right across from the Galleria in the tower on the 15th floor, is second to none. Plus, the sales experience as well. The windows into the office with the great view while being able to see the incredible jewelry for its natural beauty in natural light really stands out. It is a different kind of jewelry experience. Everybody goes in to jewelry shopping. I shouldn't say everybody, but the vast majority of people, especially guys, and I put myself in that category, going to jewelry shopping going, man, I don't know what to get. I have no idea. I just know I don't want to spend more than this. Well, they understand that at Moritz Reusch. They've been doing it for decades, and they will help you with that process. It's Moritz Reusch on the 15th floor of the tower right across from the Galleria, online at ninjabling.com. Hey, Doug, what's going on?
I don't know. What is this?
This is just the theme music from Moneyball. There's no lyrics or anything.
Okay.
I thought is that the Rio Grande?
Yeah, there's that too. That's another. This is just theme song is the wrong word. It's just part of the score from Moneyball.
You like that part of the score? What's the greatest score of all time? Go.
I don't know.
I think the answer is Rudy. I think
Chariots
it's
of
obvious.
Fire?
Chariots of Fire's live.
Social Network.
Godfather's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a classic. I'll stick with Social Network. Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross.
Jaws.
Yeah, it's a classic. That's John Williams, the GOAT.
A couple things going on in Jupiter, Florida right now. Jordan Walker got an MRI. The Cardinals will release the results this afternoon. Theories coming in from the audience that means it's bad news. Otherwise, they would just say what it is. And the theory is that he is getting a second opinion before the announcement that he has some kind of knee injury from yesterday's what looked like a non-contact injury as he caught a ball in right field at the ballpark at the Palm Beaches where the Nationals and Astros split time like the Cardinals and Marlins do. That's what concerned me. A non-contact injury, I'm like, yeah. I mean, of course, you have the opposite side of that, which would be Joe Theismann on Monday Night Football with Lawrence Taylor. But when a guy's just catching a lazy fly ball in spring training and that knocks him out, also, the Cardinal Twitter account is a video of Jordan Walker looking at baseball cards. So the timing is...
Probably
Jackson, think it was a scheduled tweet?
I almost can guarantee it was a scheduled tweet that, listen, Mike Ryder's over there in the executive producer's booth. We've both run into a scheduled tweet biting us in the ass.
Yeah.
And so we can commiserate with that.
Well, an ACL would knock him out for the whole year.
For sure.
But just a twist or something, that could be just a couple weeks if it's just that.
Right. But a guy like that who you really want to get going, the last thing you want is even something like a little road bump injury-wise.
One of the questions you asked, I think it was last week, Jackson, on who, I'm watching the closest this season. At this moment. Now, somebody might emerge, if Quinn Matthews winds up getting an opportunity, a spot start, and he kills it, and they go, we got to give this guy more time, something like that. But within the realm of reality and projected at bats or innings pitched, for me, without question, it's Jordan Walker. I'm trying to think, Doug, since 2000, Cardinal prospects with hype, if you were doing the top ones, because the Pools one, as you were talking about yesterday, I mean, that was everybody in baseball missed on him for multiple rounds until the Cardinals got him in the 13th. And he emerged at Memphis. So he wasn't really a prospect. That Walker is a different level. Tavares would be...
Yeah, he'd be the other guy.
In that category. Tavares' situation, of course, is one of the most unfortunate outliers you could have. Walker going from where he was and what his stock was at this time in 2023 to if he is beginning a falling off process, or that already began a while ago, wow, that would be a bad beat. Another one that I would say, I wouldn't put it at the Tavares Walker level, would be Alex Reyes. There was a lot. I know it sounds weird now, kind of like talking about Dylan Carlson. I wouldn't put him in that tier, but in 2020, that was the guy we were all talking about before COVID hit. That spring training was Dylan Carlson.
And there were very high hopes for Colby Rasmus.
I was going to say
that's a nice play. Colby Rasmus is a very good play. Yeah, big time. That's a great play. I'm trying to think if there's one from the early 2000s. I know they had a lot of young pitchers that they were really high on in the early 2000s. Yeah, he'd be one. I do feel like he didn't live up to necessarily huge expectations, but he was really good, and he wound up being part of the Mulder
Jack
trade.
Flaherty, maybe. He was first
he? You
round.
think he was in that camp with those guys? I don't know.
Close. Maybe the top pitcher. He and Reyes, I would think, would be the two pitchers that they really thought were going to be stars.
The gap on what actually became of the player versus, like Walker is. And that's why I'm so like if Nolan Gorman winds up being, for lack of a better term, a bust who just can't, which is weird to say for a guy with 30 home runs, but I wouldn't be shocked and I wouldn't go, what are they going to do? I think they're even at a point now where they might be going, God, it might be a good thing that we weren't able to find somebody to take Arenado, because this is a situation. It's one thing to be bad. It's another thing to not be able to make contact. That wouldn't blow me away. But if Jordan Walker goes from a guy who I thought really could have been the face of the franchise for the second half of this decade, with both his play, his personality, his intelligence. He's got great charisma as well. I think he's kind of shied away from that now with the struggles he's had. And what that would have meant for the team, wow, that's a real step backwards. And maybe inside the organization, they already know that this is not going to happen, or we messed with his swing and now we've got a problem, or he was successful because of a swing flaw that got exposed at the major league level. I don't know. But that's the one that even if the team is, flopping around with something in the, 75 win range and he's hitting well, that would give me a little spark as a Cardinal fan and observer of a guy who's still a super young player.
Yeah, Gorman, you mentioned him. He's 24 now. It's time to get going. But because the home run is valued so much, he'll probably get 10 years in the major leagues, even if he does hit 190.
Yeah,
if you
on the Dave Kingman plan?
Yeah, if you can hit 30, it was Joey Gallo was a guy like that, struck out 3 out of 4 times he came to the plate, but that other time he might hit the ball out of the park. Teams like guys like that. Well, they like the home runs anyway.
J.D. Drew is getting a lot of texts. This is the first time I'm glancing at the text inbox. You can text in 314-399-9646. I get it. I would, and I said since 2000, but, that's, I suppose, semantics. He got here in 1998. I think his debut game was the night McGuire hit 62.
I think so. And he had a pretty good career.
And that's what I was about to say. He had a good career. I think the core issue for J.D. Drew, I was just reading about this within the last couple of weeks. Guy didn't love baseball, Well,
that's a problem.
He was very good at it, but he didn't love it. If you have those raw abilities and then you have that intangible, which usually makes for a relatively unhappy life because you're not necessarily ever happy / satisfied with what you've accomplished, then you're not necessarily going to max out those tools. Whether you want to talk about Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, guys that you look at as the all-timers, they also oftentimes, Kobe Bryant, they just are consumed by wanting to win and be the best, and therefore every waking moment is geared toward that. J.D. Drew certainly didn't fall into that category. When the Cardinals lost to the Giants in 2002 in the NLCS, I went down to the clubhouse. They lost in San Francisco. They were back in St. Louis the next day cleaning out their lockers, and being around the same age as guys on the team had developed a rapport with them. And I'm in there and was down there a good amount throughout that course of the season. And they really wanted to win that World Series. Of course, you want to win a World Series once you're in the Final Four. But because Darryl Kyle had died, because Jack Buck had died, that team felt like they were a team of destiny. And if they could get it back to St. Louis, they were going to win the series. And Kenny Lofton walks it off for the Giants. And they were all bitching about J.D. Drew's approach coming in on that ball, and then what they thought was a word that I cannot use on the air, but it's a 5-letter word. It's for cat. It's for kitten. And his approach and then his throw coming in from right field. He didn't really care, and he could have gotten, I don't remember who scored, but whoever it was who scored, it could have gotten him, and we get into extra innings and we can win that game. And instead, so there just wasn't a lot of respect. If a guy doesn't have the ability of J.D. Drew, but he's got the passion for it, then I think it's a different viewpoint. But he had the ability, but didn't necessarily have the passion. With that said, for the purpose of the conversation, he did have a good career, just relative to those expectations when he was that guy getting batteries thrown at him in Philadelphia, and then the Cardinals got him as a Boris client in 98. I would agree. He didn't come close to living to the expectations. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. The program is called The Morning After. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:50. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, and we welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines live from Los Angeles. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie Rivers with us this morning. How are things in L.A.? Be honest with me. We can take it. We're looking at snow. We know it sucks here, but what are you looking at?
The weather's been terrible, Tim. Honestly,
look at this guy. He's
awful.
sporting.
It's been very disappointing so far in LA.
See, dude? See,
How
he's
horrible
sporting.
is it?
Because deep down, we both know it's like 75 degrees and sunny.
Probably.
But he relates to the audience, whereas I would go, yeah, it's great. It's 80 degrees, and I'm on a yacht right now.
Yeah, don't you wish you were me?
Yeah, exactly. That's Jamie. He's a man of the people. Jackson, you could learn a little something from this guy.
Okay, I'm taking notes, Jamie.
Yes, Jackson, thank you. Yes. Yeah. In truth, though, I'm sporting a little bit of a sunburn on my face right now because the weather was damn gorgeous, boys.
See,
just
there's the
gorgeous.
opposite.
Walking down the beach yesterday, having a good time, just living the life out here in California.
Yeah, three games in Southern California. You guys got there after the game on Sunday night against the Stars. Here is the core question. I already know you are vocal on the Fast Lane. You've been vocal on our show about the perspective of the value of getting into the postseason. And Jeremy Rutherford by no means is reporting that the Blues are going to trade Braden Schenn. I gather, though, from his column in The Athletic this morning and revisiting it for audience members who may not be familiar with it, that Doug Armstrong is certainly fielding calls from teams that are just interested. That doesn't mean he has to make the deal. Schenn has a no-trade clause. But then he kind of gets into the tough spot that Armstrong would be in because you'd be pulling the rug out from a group of guys who are 7-1-1 in their last series of games, got on the heater after the Four Nations. But then at the same time, it's still going to be difficult to get one of those spots. So how do you analyze the spot that Doug Armstrong is in here 48 hours before the deadline, Jamie?
Yeah, he's in a tough one, that's for sure, because this team has shown him in recent play that they're pushing. They want to play. They want to make a playoff push. They like being the team that they are. They're playing for each other, all that stuff. But then he's got the business side of it, too, where he's got to look beyond this playoff push. And what if this playoff push ends up falling short again, and he's done nothing to improve this team? Then what does it look like for next year and years beyond, for that matter? So he's got a tough gig right now. I just don't know. All the rumors surrounding Brady Schenn. The deal for me, if I'm Doug Armstrong, it would have to be something incredible to change the complete mix of this team, the culture of this team moving forward, the leadership moving forward. I mean, it's not just a player that you're removing. It's not a center iceman that you're removing. You're removing your captain. I mean, he is what you are building your team around. He's what your identity is. Jim Montgomery, the very first day comes on as the head coach of the Blues. What does he say? We're going to be a blue-collar team because St. Louis is a blue-collar town. And look at what you have. You have a blue-collar captain. You remove him, and all of a sudden, everything changes. It doesn't mean it changes for the worse. I'm not saying that things go terrible. Like maybe you get a great trade and, we look back and go, oh, man, glad we did that. But what if it doesn't go that way? What if it goes in another direction where it impedes your reboot, rebuild, retool for another 2 or 3 years because the culture has been rocked to its core? So I know Army and all the front office and their scouts they're out here in L.A., different hotel, and they're basically in the war room, and they're talking and going over things and evaluating what the best move is for the Blues. And they got their hands full this year. This is not an easy one, guys.
Do you think this game tonight will have a significant impact on what Armstrong does? If you win, you're only a point back from the playoffs, and if you lose, you could find yourself 5 or 6 points back pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't think Army operates that way. Honestly, Doug, I don't think he looks at it from if we win this game, I'm a buyer. If we lose this game, I'm a seller. I don't think you can be that erratic if you're running a sports team. I think you have to look at it big picture. I think you also have to look at the Blues have one of the easiest schedules following the trade deadline in all of the NHL. And, if you dismantle your team, and then you're almost tapping out at that point, right? So I think that if Army's evaluating everything together, I look at it and go, okay, tonight's game, it would be great to win and be 1 point back. Would be. But let's look a week from now, 10 days from now, 14 days from now with the schedule. What if tonight's a loss and you panic and then you make a bunch of moves at the deadline and then you give up on maybe your playoff hopes because everything could be easier a week from now and you might rattle off 4 more wins down the road and now you're right back in the picture. I don't know. I just don't think tonight is a game where Army's like, well, it's all or nothing. If they win, I'll buy. If they lose, I'm selling.
Jamie Rivers with us live from Los Angeles. Blues with 3 games in L.A., playing Anaheim in between, taking on the Kings. And it gets underway tonight with the pregame here on 101 ESPN at 8:30, puck drop at 9:30. Final line of thought for you, Jamie. And I was wondering about this about an hour or two ago on the show. If the Blues had more of a middle-of-the-road goaltender in Jordan Binnington, as opposed to Jordan Binnington, I should say, does that play a role in a mindset for a general manager? In other words, we've already seen what he did in 2019. We saw what he was in the process of doing in 2022, first after he didn't get the start against the Wild, and then getting in there and doing what he did against the Wild, and then what he was doing against the eventual Cup winners in Colorado, and then, of course, what we just saw in the Four Nations, that high ceiling, how he's a guy who can literally steal games for teams. Do you think that factors in, not just that they got him this year, but that eventually, here in the next few years, that window of having that capability in the postseason will be gone because inevitably his time will come up? Do you think that factors in for the Blues and Armstrong to have that kind of netminder?
Oh, absolutely. Guys, think about it. If you had an average goalie with this team right now, you'd be like, okay, what can we really do?
Yeah.
Can we make a playoff push? Nah, I don't know. Maybe. If our goalie gets hot, maybe. If we get in, what kind of damage can we do? Probably nothing much. And what you got Jordan Binnington, who, and I'll tell you this flat out, I talked to a bunch of people from the Colorado Avalanche the last time the Blues played them, and we were talking about that playoff year where Jordan Binnington got hurt, and their own staff, people, and I won't name them, but people within the organization felt as if Jordan Binnington, had he not been hurt, the Blues probably would have won that series. And that team was a Stanley Cup champion.
Yes, that was a great team, and there wasn't a whole lot left in the playoffs after the Avalanche.
Exactly. So you got a guy like that, and to your point, Tim, coming off the Four Nations, where he didn't just beat a team, he beat the U.S. team. It's an all-star team, some of the best players in the game. And Jordan Binnington, he just decided at one point, just shut the door. I'm done. You're done scoring. We're finished here. And so when you got a guy like that, and you have a team like the Blues have right now, where we'll call them a middling type team that's on the rise right now, playing good hockey, if your team can continue to play the way they are currently and look the part, like the eye test has been there as well, and then you add a goalie that can just shut the door, getting into the playoffs is definitely a possibility, and winning a round is a possibility. Beyond that, who knows, right? Because the chips fall different ways in the playoffs, and there's all things that happen. But it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to not just get in the playoffs, but also win a round. And if that's the case, man, you've got to hang on to a guy like that, and you got to keep this team going in the right direction, in my opinion.
Blues and Kings tonight, a critical 48 hours here for the organization. Intriguing to see how it plays out. Jamie Rivers in Los Angeles with the Blues and with us every Wednesday here on TMA. Jamie, appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm going to go back out here and battle a blizzard out here.
See, there's a blizzard in Southern California, Doug.
Okay.
There he is. Good for him. He's honest with the audience about the weather situation out there, and you wouldn't want to trade spots and be on the beach in Southern California when you can be sitting here looking at my baby Blues.
Mm-hmm. And the snow and the wind and the cold.
Yeah, but my baby Blues.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and what better way to reinvest your home than with brand new energy-efficient windows during Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. You can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. How about this deal that Universal Windows Direct is offering our audience? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limits. You need 4, you only pay for 2. You need 20, you only pay for 10. And here's something that'll make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. But wait, there is more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Yes, that's what's going on at Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. For the last windows you will ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex Blues back in action tonight, taking on the LA Kings. Pregame at 8:30, puck drop at 9:30, right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're coming in dry. My bad.
Oh, my
Dry.
gosh. At 9:50, profanity got through, and at 10:37, we came in dry.
It's going to leave a rash. God, boy.
Well, and on top of it, we're 13 minutes away from the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. So the timing for you, Jackson, especially with an unhappy Buck Swope, not optimal. Not optimal. That Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up in 13 minutes. BK and Ferrario coming up at 11 o'clock. The Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then Blues and Kings pregame, 8:30, puck drop, 9:30. And if you want to get up at 4:30 in the morning and watch it with me, we can do that. And we'll just do like a Zoom. You guys want to watch the game together. Does that sound good? Anybody interested?
Well, I'll probably take a pass on that, but maybe some other time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's not bad. We got the Anaheim option.
All right.
Got then another Kings option.
Okay,
before the
sure.
boys come home, and then they fly to Pittsburgh. But they'll stay in St. Louis for a few nights.
Right. Some home cooking.
And do some home cooking, exactly right. We'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. The Blues and Kings tonight, 9:30. Puck drop pregame, 8:30 on 101 ESPN. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, do you remember the name Connor Thomas?
I don't remember the name Connor Thomas.
Connor Thomas was selected by the Brewers in the Rule 5 draft in November. He's a left-handed pitcher who they purchased from the Cardinals, and he was the Brewers' former fifth-round pick in 2019. He said he is really happy to be back with the Brewers, and this is his quote regarding his time with the Cardinals. Quote, as far as the coaching side of it, there really wasn't a whole lot.
Oh, no.
It was a bunch of, hey, this is what you do. Just try to go figure it out and figure out how to get hitters out. There were no tweaks, nothing like that. Nothing of this. It's a great organization, and I enjoyed my time over there, but I'm happy to be with a team that is on the coaching side of it doing a little more for me.
How is that possible? You got all kinds of coaches walking around there.
They have many more this spring than they have in the past. Katie Wu detailed that in her spring training letters to the mailbag on the Athletic.
Wouldn't you think every minor league team would have had a manager and 2 or 3 coaches? Certainly a hitting coach and a pitching coach.
Well, they do, but they have even more specific to that. And a variety of them, the Cardinals were just way behind. And that is why the reset that became just saying bye to guys and not really bringing anybody, all due respect to MIZ, ZOU, Michael Hellman of Nebraska. That's where the additions were, Doug. And so Connor Thomas is happy to be with the Brewers because they have coaches who watch him and tell him what to do as opposed to say, hey, just go figure it out over there.
Yeah, that's tough.
There's your spring training report. And it gets you ready for today's festivities, Cardinals and Astros, as the Cardinals are trotting out a Thursday afternoon getaway day lineup on a Wednesday. It's TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. All right, Doug, you wanted it.
This is the one I really want.
It is
I want
on-air
it
heating
badly.
and cooling email today. I can't wait for this one. Before we go to it, Callier Thompson's the sponsor of the phone lines here on TMA. And you're a fan. I'm a fan.
And I'm a huge fan, and you will be too if you ever go to Callier and Thompson. It's your go-to source for every design consideration. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in everything that they do. Callier and Thompson's core values summed up by simply doing the right thing. All their carpenters, subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. They do terrific work at Callier and Thompson. Check out their showroom, more than 10,000 square feet there on Manchester and West County. You can get a good idea of what they can do to your home, and I guarantee you will love it. These people are the best. Callier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Oh! Buck Swope's Retribution Day, Doug.
Okay, we'll see what
This is the vengeance.
All right.
Sadie Hawkins, Sadie Hawkins, Sadie Hawkins. I've had a couple emails read on air, and I haven't gotten a single vote. Somebody get me Tommy Madden and John Kiowski pronto. I won't take any responsibility for my poor emails. I need them to take care of this from the top. Swope is the kid in school who tells the teacher on a Friday afternoon that they forgot to assign homework. Always trying to be the teacher's pet while everybody in the background rolls their eyes. Swope needs to realize that if the greats never stopped writing in, he wouldn't even get a sniff. If Blueberry Pop didn't hang up in the keyboard, Swope would need to stand outside of Tim's house with a boombox over his head to get his attention. You want the fame? You want the glory? You want the money? You be better! Oh, that's from MD 2020, and he is passionate.
MD 2020, Mad Dog 2020.
Hello. Couple things. Oh, I'm sorry. Couple things. Kind of an Irish thing.
Yeah, it
there.
wasn't bad.
Earlier this morning, I texted in a cry for help, not to get the text read, but to get it answered by Chairman Kurt. That bulky queen never responded. I took one wrong turn out of Fresh Time Market and ended up in Afton, the rat tail of St. Louis. It took me an hour and a half to get home, Kurt. Make it up to me, big boy. Number two, while Buck Swope's text messages directly to the great Tim's phone about an email of the day competition is barmy. You ever heard that word?
No, I have not.
And an embarrassment. It is Buck Swope. You kind of just let the guy do whatever he wants, you know? Like if Michael Jordan wants to take a practice off, you just let it go. The poor Afton is just trying to restore order in the email of the day competition. Let him be. And number three, I got my brim rinsed by the bag boy at the club at Admiral's Cove last week. I was in Jupetown for an Andy Elliott monogramming conference. While I didn't get any new business, I feel like I have some really good leads. Buy stock now, Doug. I'm a bad girl, and I am lost in Afton testing things. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
John Kiowski's second reference in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Now, this says it's written by him, but it isn't his, unless his email is something about being a horse whisperer.
Yeah, he's got a burner.
Okay.
Oh, does he?
From the desk of John Kiowski, I would rather pay Iggy's rent on a fully furnished apartment for the next 20 years before I let this miscarriage of justice happen on my watch. On March 4th, the JV golf coach won the email of the day competition fair and square. As everyone knows, once the final votes are tallied, the competition is complete. We do not relitigate old contests after the fact. Hubbard Radio represents fairness and honesty. Swope's whole argument basically amounts to a disgruntled third grader on the playground yelling, no way. Guess what, Buck? Yes way. I am the boss, and my word is final. Texting Tim is petty behavior. It is beneath the listener of the year to conduct himself in such a manner. You're pouting over $20, bro. Show some class. On my behalf, Governor Jay Nixon will be announcing his official decree that is he still the...
He's not the governor. No.
That each year, the first Tuesday in March shall henceforth be known as... And then it gets a little graphic.
Oh, no.
That's from somebody who calls himself a horse whisperer in his email
Horse
address.
Whisperer.
Somebody dipped their whole muddy foot in my above-ground swimming pool, and then after their foot was cleaned in my crystal-clear chlorine-waiting waters, this mystery man stepped in a murky puddle and dipped his remuddied foot into my pristine pool yet again. At least I hope it was mud. If it turns out to be Festivus totem poles floating in my pool, I'm going to be angrier than Buck Swope after losing an email contest. I'm not surprised Jackson tried to unfairly overturn the results of yesterday's competition while no one was looking. After all, he's the same guy that makes sure all of his friends are nominated for Rookie of the Year 4 years in a row. This morning, someone said Swope texting Tim was the saddest moment in show history. Wrong. The saddest TMA moment would be the time producer Joe continuously talked crap every single day for several weeks and then lost a boxing match to a low-life twink. A close runner-up for saddest moment would be the time all these obese poor stole pizza from a TMA golf tournament. The weather turned bad, but instead of making it home safely before a tornado hit, their first thought was, I better swipe $16 worth of unguarded food so I can stuff my oversized gullet on the ride home. Now that's sad. That's from the JV golf coach. JV makes some good points,
golf
too.
coach makes some good points,
And
too.
finally, ours is the type of presentation where a local plumber feels free to drop in at any time and provide snowstorm traffic updates as he broadcasts his car crash live on the air. Texters getting triggered by members of this presentation calling it Twitter instead of X is low-key one of my favorite running bits on this show. My Mount Rushmore of TMA callers would be Rudy, R.I.P., Tucker/Bruce, Chairman Steve, and Caller Adam. Pestis is way down on the list, below Rich from Maryland Heights and Spready, the geriatric strip club aficionado who regularly solicited members of this presentation to participate in Gay for Pay. One foul-mouthed blind friend from Festus shouldn't get his hopes up for Listener of the Year prize pack because if there was one for 2024, I guess it's lost in the mail alongside that autographed copy of Maitland Ward's book I won in November of 2022. Now, with regards to yesterday's email of the day, as I've said before, I didn't get into this game to win prizes or cash, and it's a privilege to have my emails read. I have no problem with Libby Jack voting for Don't Think Just Stink or Doug for voting JV golf coach. I was briefly perturbed that on the 2 days that Tim offered a cash prize for the winner, one day my email was not read due to Mike Marzi and clock management, and the other day I had to listen to Tim declare my email was the best and then vote for JV golf coach because the guy who's been doing this segment for 20 years who can't figure out the tiebreaker protocol when the part-time board op is in his real job. I've been over it for 24 hours. Maybe Big Tough should get over it too. That's from Buck Swope. And Doug gets away after the design error. Today, what you got?
Well, I didn't like the fact that he called Chairman Kurt a bulky queen, but I'm still going to vote for the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Yeah, sure, Ledoux mom.
There it is. She has won the design air heating and cooling email today. We got to go to a break.
This is Action Jackson, the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Kings. Puck drop at 9:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next for Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Doug the Sullivan, Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN.